السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أحييكم جميعا في هذا المنتدى العالمي، منتدى تعزيز السلم في المجتمعات المسلمة في دورته السابعة. اسمي فيصل بن عبد الرحمن بن معمر، الأمين العام لمركز الملك عبد الله بن عبد العزيز العالمي للحوار بين أتباع الأديان والثقافات، وعضو مجلس إدارة منتدى تعزيز السلم في المجتمعات المسلمة. في بداية حديثي أوجه خالص التحية والتقدير للإمارات العربية المتحدة وإلى سمو الشيخ عبد الله بن زايد آل نهيان وزير الخارجية والتعاون الإماراتي، كما أوجه تحية خاصة لفضيلة الشيخ العلامة عبد الله بن بيه، رئيس منتدى تعزيز السلم في المجتمعات المسلمة، رئيس مجلس الإمارات للإفتاء الشرعي، والذي جاهد منذ فترة طويلة. أعرف فضيلة الشيخ منذ أكثر من 20 عاما، وهو يسعى إلى السلم ويسعى إلى أن تكون أفكاره ونظرياته قابلة للتطبيق. وهذا المؤتمر الافتراضي والذي ندعو الله أن يزيل هذه الغمة عن العالم كله، هذه الجائحة التي سببت أضرار كثيرة على البشرية، قام المنظمون على المنتدى باختيار عنوان جيد لهذا ما بعد كورونا: التضامن وروح ركاب السفينة. أعجبت بكلمة ركاب السفينة لأننا كلنا في سفينة واحدة، وعندما نتحدث عن هذا التضامن، ونرجو إن شاء الله أن تكون قيم عالم ما بعد كورونا، لأن العالم ما زال يكافح في سبيل التخلص من هذا الوباء. كشفت لنا هذه الغمة وهذا الوباء أن الإنسان، كل إنسان في العالم يحتاج إلى الآخر، وأننا مهما اختلفنا ومهما تباعدنا ومهما حصل بيننا من القضايا، فإننا في حاجة المعونة إلى أن نكون أخوة بشرية، وفي نفس الوقت حسب القرب الجغرافي والمكاني وأيضا الانتماء. لكنه أيضا كشفت لنا هذا الوباء أن حتى الأعداء أصبحوا يتضامنوا في سبيل إيجاد حل لهذه المشكلة. ولأول مرة تحصل في التاريخ البشري أن يتمنى الإنسان لعدوه أن لا يصيبه أذى من هذا الوباء حتى لا يرجع عليه. فهذه قضية مهمة جدا. عندما وصلنا إلى هذه الدرجة من النقاء، بحيث أصبحنا ندعو بالسلامة حتى للطرف الآخر الذي ربما اختلفنا معه أو نكرهه. فإذا 2020 السنة التي واجهت فيها البشرية عالما آخر، لمست كل شيء في أوج حياتنا، وكشفت لنا كثير من مواطن الخلل، ورأينا فيها أننا بحاجة إلى أن نستيقظ وأن نفكر.
Are in need of waking up and realizing that we need to look at things from a different perspective. And sometimes we have to understand and realize that we are only lesser mortals. We have to understand that we have to rediscover how to deal with issues and look forward to what we can do in the future. So I think this meeting and the attempt to think of what we can do post-corona virus is very important. This is not just our responsibility, but the responsibility of everyone who lives on this planet. And we have had the pleasure and the honor to have participation from a lot of very important people and an elite of scholars and thinkers, and I appreciate them, and amongst them Dr. Mohammed Sammak, the Secretary General of the National Committee of Christian and Muslim Dialogue, and also a member of the Forum for Promoting Peace in his capacity as a trustee. I shall not speak for long, and please allow me to be very strict with time. Each speaker shall be given 10 minutes, and because I have a very loud and strong voice, I shall attempt to speak over the people, and because in this virtual world, I can't use my hand or a gavel to stop you from talking. So I hope that you understand when I ask you to stop, you will do so. The first speaker will be Dr. Ahmed Salim Al-Mandari, the regional director of the WHO, followed by Dr. Amjad Al-Kholi, the consultant and epidemiologist and a member of the World Health Organization, and Dr. Al-Mandari has got an MD from Qaboos University in surgery, and he has also had a lot of medical degrees, and he studied at various universities in the United Kingdom and elsewhere. So Dr. Amjad will take the floor first. Peace be upon you all, and I hope you're all well this morning. In the outset, we'd like to thank you for this kind presentation. And on behalf of WHO, and I would like to speak on behalf of also Dr. Mandari and say that we would like to offer our gratitude and thanks because we're going to be talking about the development of the vaccine against COVID. I had a presentation and some slides that I'm hoping can be shown on the screen. I have sent my presentation a while ago to the technical team until the presentation is ready. I shall start speaking. As you have said, this pandemic has made us all sit and listen and pay attention. This is a danger that has hit us all, people who are educated and uneducated. There's no difference between us all, regardless of our backgrounds and religions. And it made us all in this world realize that we have to work together. There's no one single country in the world, no matter how rich or advanced it is, was able to find a remedy to this pandemic. It made us think that through working in cooperation with one another and in solidarity, we can overcome this pandemic. And the WHO, since the beginning of the pandemic, has launched a number of calls. The WHO had, as I said, made many statements and said that there's no one safe from the impact of this pandemic. Of course, we've all heard about the vaccines and how they can be used. And even with the use of this new technology, without cooperation and solidarity, we shall not be able to overcome this pandemic. And Dr. Ahmed Al-Mandari, the regional director, has a message, and the message says that we have to be able to cooperate and work together in order to overcome the pandemic. The WHO, from the outset, as I said, advised that we should cooperate, and the time is important, especially in facing any type of a pandemic whatsoever. So any delay will cause more misery, more deaths, more infections. So we, from the very beginning, talked about the fact that there should never be any place for animosity and political differences. And we had to all think of ways to work quickly in order to overcome our problem. Another point was to do with how we can work together in order to have enough finances to deal with this problem. And there was an initiative that was started with a number of contributors in order to think of ways to find a vaccine. This initiative, in order to accelerate the provision of tools to fight COVID, included diagnostic means through the ability to diagnose the cases. We would be able to find out who is actually infected. And here we're talking about testing and the importance of testing. Simple tests, accurate tests, reasonable in cost, that has to be also provided fairly to everybody. And at the beginning, there were some testing possibilities that were provided to the countries in the Eastern Mediterranean. That area had to be able to ascertain how many cases there were. The second point was to do with the provision of remedies or medication. And here we had to look at speeding up the development of remedies and giving them also to everybody fairly. Unfortunately, that took a little time. However, there have been a lot of protocols for dealing with the cases in order to unify the way that the sick patients were dealt with. Then there was a point with the vaccines. How can we guarantee that the development of the vaccines and their manufacture could be done in a way that it could be produced in quantities that are suitable and also to be produced safely, as well as provision of such vaccines to those who need them most. And we now have seen that only in a matter of months, there has been a lot of vaccines that were in development. And the reason for that was because a lot of companies and countries work together. The fourth and final point was to do with the promotion of the health system, the consolidation of the capabilities of health systems in the various countries, and as well as the networks, the local networks that would give a lot of help to people on the national level. And we all know that nobody's going to feel safe without us feeling all together safe. That is the base of the way we started to work at the beginning in the WHO, to make sure that in a case of a pandemic, we have to make sure that there is a platform, a special platform dedicated to offering help and assistance to people. Here, when I talk about COVAX, COVAX is a platform that helps us all to work together in accelerating the production and the development of the vaccines.
أو فاعلية اللقاح، ولكن لابد أن يكون من خلال مشاركة مجتمعية أوسع، توفير أعداد أكبر من المتطوعين على مستوى العالم، وبالتالي نصل إلى نتيجة بشكل أسرع، بشكل يضمن سلامة ونزاهة نتائج هذه الاختبارات. الشريحة التالية.
دكتور أمجد، أمامك دقيقتين.
تمام.
Dr. Amjad, you have 2 minutes. Excellent. Thank you.
COVAX مرة أخرى الهدف منه دائما هو
COVAX, the idea is to avoid this burden that the entire world is suffering from. And as you have pointed out, we are all in the same boat, in the same ship, and the infection of one person is a threat to everybody in that boat. The next slide, please. COVAX, one of the key benefits of it is that it guarantees that the vaccine will reach equitably all the countries concerned, 187 countries so far. So the platform ensures that the vaccine is being deployed equitably across the world. And this is a situation today. There is a large number of vaccines in the initial stages of piloting, and we have some have reached phase 1 and fewer phase 2 and some phase 3, and some have already passed through, or none have actually gone through phase 3, and the WHO hasn't approved any fully yet, but under COVAX that is, but now things are progressing very fast and the data changes every day. Now, in order for the WHO to approve any, they have to prove their validity, and all the procedures that and the experiments and tests need to be verified. Of course, the distribution, as expected, will start in the beginning, in the Q1 of next year, to the member states, and the most vulnerable groups will be targeted first, and then deployment will be done on a much wider scale afterwards. Of course, the production of this vaccine will give us a hope that we will end this nightmare. But it is important to remember that it's not a magic wand. It doesn't mean that it ends the pandemic. We must continue to adhere to all the measures that are in place until we end this pandemic fully. Thank you, Dr. Amjad, and I think we're going to now hear a video recording from Dr. Ahmed himself. Is there a recorded video or something? From Dr. Ahmed bin Salim al-Matri, the WHO regional representative for the Middle East. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Allah's peace and blessings be upon you. It is an honor for me to be with you today in this important conference, which is held under exceptional circumstances, and I thank your invitation for me to attend, and I would have hoped to have attended, in fact, myself, but however, I have many commitments in the organizations and with member states, so I've asked Dr. Amjad Al-Kholi, the medical officer for infection risks, to present this paper regarding the international cooperation in developing a vaccine. Now, we are in the first year of this problem, this pandemic, and over 1.5 million have died, and there are several millions of infections around the world. And as we get close to the end of the pandemic itself, experts are starting to teach us how to lead as normal lives as possible in the presence of this disease. And there will be a great many promising vaccines coming online, but we must continue to adhere to the measures for public health. It is not a choice between health and economy. We need to run the two together, and we must develop our health systems to respond positively. COVID-19 has exposed many weaknesses in our medical systems and health systems, whether in response to emergencies or dealing with pandemics or monitoring and or in how to stop pandemics and to treat the patient. And we've also noticed there is impact on other diseases. There's less inoculation going on, there's less treatment of chronic diseases. Also, the pandemic has exposed differences in our societies. There are those who can obtain treatment and those who can't. And many people have died, and especially in countries that are suffering ongoing conflicts. We have to have people in the heart of our programs, and we must continue strengthening public health and focus on the most vulnerable groups. And for that reason, we must take a health perspective in developing all our policies, and there has to be cooperation between the government and civil society and everybody. The media, the international community, the United Nations, governments, and all organizations have to work hand in hand to deal with such pandemics. We have developed our regional vision in the WHO, which is health for everybody, by everybody, to develop peace and stability, which is essential. And we have to continue our solid and effective solidarity, because COVID doesn't exempt anybody. It is a new experience for us all. We've never seen anything like it, but it has taught us many lessons which reinforce our values in this region, which is to be humble, to be compassionate, and to work in solidarity. Our efforts and objectives must be one for the good of all of humanity. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Our sincere gratitude to Dr. Ahmed bin Salim al-Munaziri, the Regional Director of the WHO, and also Dr. Amjad Al-Kholi, of the WHO also. And when we speak about the WHO, I remember we were every day looking forward for the latest news from the WHO and the latest statistics. And the WHO has a very important moral responsibility, and its efforts in ensuring that the treatments and the vaccines reach everybody, and especially the needy. and to help countries and regions to develop the ability to deliver the vaccine. And we are seeing developments that have been a bit surprising, that hospitals and health centers have to have the facilities, and that's important for the vaccines to reach those in need in the poorest areas of the world and the most deprived. And so we express our full support and solidarity with the WHO. It has done wonderful work, and we thank it very much for it. Now we move to the first subject, which was about, or from the first subject rather, to the second subject, which is the cooperation between the interfaith cooperation in the practice of rituals and maintaining safety for worshippers. And we move to one of the key figures in this area, and he's one of my tutors, in fact, and I have learned a great deal from him, Dr. Mohammed Al-Sammak, who has led many international dialogues, and especially between Muslims and others. And I was honored to work alongside him in the CAICIDS and also in the Forum for the Promotion of Peace in Muslim Societies. And he doesn't need much introduction. He is well known to all practitioners in the field, and he's also known through his writings, and he's well known in Lebanon and in the Arab world. And we are very proud to have him with us today. Dr. Mohammed Sammak, you have the microphone, 10 minutes, and if you go over the limit, I may or may not forgive you. Let's see. Dr. Mohammed, please switch on your mic. You're muted, it seems. We have lost Dr. Mohammed, it seems.
الآن صحيح؟
أيوة تفضل تفضل.
شكرا مع الوزير. شكرا.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and thank you for your humbleness. You are great with this humility, and your introduction makes me very humble, and I hope to meet your expectations and confidence. My dear colleagues, the subject of my intervention today is regarding the possibility of cooperation between the followers of the three Abrahamic traditions, how to practice their worship whilst, or public worship, whilst taking the measures to prevent the spread of COVID. We all talk about the three Abrahamic religions, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, in our region in particular. And each of those have their own rituals of worship, and each of them also have their own way of performing these rituals. So the basis for starting this cooperation, which is essential, is to accept and respect those specificities for each religion. Now, firstly, with regards to Judaism, we know that prayers for the Jewish community is not valid unless it's conducted in a synagogue and headed by a rabbi and in the presence of at least 10 males. In Christianity also, public prayer is not valid unless it's conducted in church and headed by a priest, and in accordance with certain procedures, certain steps. And there is the sacraments that is required. And the prayer is not concluded until the priests distributes the sacraments. The sound has unfortunately been disconnected.
دكتور محمد انقطع الصوت.
رمزية إيمان. ألو.
تفضل الآن كويس جيد. انقطع الصوت مرة أخرى.
There seems to be a connection problem.
يقضي بأن يقدم الكاهن أو
Before Corona, the tradition was for the priest to serve the sacraments directly into the mouth of the believers. But since Corona started, the priest hands over the wafer into the hands of the person who's praying, who then puts it in their mouth. And this change caused a bit of a stir at the beginning of the pandemic. It is a ritual change, but has now become a more of an accepted tradition today after people understood the health imperatives that dictated this measure to curb the spread of the pandemic. With regards to Islam, the situation is different. For the general rule is to turn towards the Holy Kaaba, Mecca, and the direction of the Kaaba is determined as a personal judgment, or if you make a mistake in finding the right direction, it's still your prayer is still acceptable. It is preferable to conduct your prayer in the mosque. But the individual prayers, private prayers, is also accepted, and it's accepted in church or at home or anywhere else, which is not the case for Christianity or Judaism. As an individual in Christianity and Judaism can do supplication or invocation, and it is referred to as a prayer, but an actual prayer requires certain procedures. In Islam, one person can pray directly to God with a couple of procedures such as ablution, which precedes the prayer. And this is unique in Islam, except amongst the Sikh community. We've lost connection once again. In light of this reality, interfaith cooperation for the sake of public safety is indirect cooperation, in fact. Practically in Lebanon, it happened especially and exclusively between Muslims and Christians. For the Jews, and although there are synagogues here in Beirut and in other parts of Lebanon, however, and unfortunately, no prayer is practiced in those synagogues for security reasons, because in order to avoid identifying Jews as such and subjecting them or exposing them to dangers. Even when the wall of the Jewish cemetery collapsed over the sidewalk in one of the main streets in Beirut, no one took the initiative to restore it, and it was left to the municipality to do so. However, what's important is that cooperation between Muslims and Christians was, in fact, here in Lebanon, constructive. And while government decisions were issued for public lockdowns and prohibiting gatherings, Muslims used to look closely as to whether Christians were following these instructions. And the Christians were keeping an eye on whether Muslim mosques were also following these instructions. This was a form of cooperation, indirect cooperation. And media used to used to broadcast images of prayers in mosques and churches and transmitted sermons and so on. And so it was accepted to conduct prayers in prayer places as long as they followed the procedures. There were no contacts between the Islamic and Christian parties to coordinate these issues. Believers, Muslim and Christian believers, and out of their awareness of the dangers of this pandemic and the speed of its spread, took the initiative to respond to the call to conduct their prayers in their own homes. This was difficult was painful for both sides, and more so for the Christians. Perhaps the most important sign of cooperation was the mutual respect for religious symbols and sanctities, including the places of worship, known as the houses that God has permitted where his name may be mentioned and his prayers should be raised for him. This is what we lacked in some societies under the slogan of freedom of expression. There has been the freedom of Islamic Christian expression has been practically translated in Lebanon by declaring the Annunciation, the Day of Annunciation, as a common national holiday for both Muslims and Christians, because Mary enjoys respect and veneration in both religions, in Islam and Christianity. And there were in fact joint celebrations held for this occasion normally, but not this year because of the corona pandemic. And it's not simply a question of public prayers and rituals. If we recall that preserving human dignity is one of God's most important rituals, you would see that Christians and Muslims in Lebanon have done very well in exchanging provisions of humanitarian aid during the pandemic. And it was, and those needs were exacerbated by the explosion in the Beirut port. And we saw cooperation between men and women and Christians and Muslims and government and civil society organizations to help the afflicted without discrimination, without differentiation between anybody. And Muslims participated voluntarily in cleaning and restoring Christian homes and churches. And the opposite happens as well. Christians participated in cleaning and repairing Muslim homes and shops. However, it is very sad to admit. You have 1 minute, sir.
Okay. It
is sad to see that this cooperation has actually, the cooperation in cleaning up after the Beirut port explosions has actually increased the spread of COVID, unfortunately. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to conclude with what Pope Francis said in his new book, Let's Dream. He said, His Holiness, if we are to overcome the ordeal of Corona with less selfishness than we had prior to this ordeal, then we must share with others their pain. The threat to us all is not an irreversible threat or danger. There's always a way out where the danger and the call for interfaith cooperation during the performance of religious rites, even if it's under the roof of preserving public safety and is also a call for a dream, for hope. And it's also a call for, it's a wake-up call from the nightmare of non-cooperation.
It's a call, it's an open call for us all. It's not a closed-minded racist call, which may be the basis of the new alliance of virtue. God the Almighty, who wrote mercy on himself, the most gracious, the most merciful, didn't exclude any human being from his mercy. Hence, cooperation between people of religion and faiths is more than a dream. It is an expression of my faith in humanity and human unity, and consequently, the unity of human safety with eyes open to better tomorrow. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Professor, and my professor, Muhammad Al-Sammak, and my teacher. And thank you very much for your intervention. We've always enjoyed listening to you telling us practical stories. And I do remember when we have participated in programs in Africa and talked about cooperation between all the faith communities, the varied ones. We talked about the question of the necessity to follow hygienic practices. And maybe through what we've heard, we can move towards a better future and how to help one another in order to take some preventative measures. We saw this when we were talking to the African leaders in Africa, and we saw this, how this helped with AIDS. All these instructions are over and above the normal instructions that are given to people, because people normally listen to their religious leaders. Thank you very much for your intervention. The following speaker who will be talking about cooperation is Mr. Colin Bloom, who is the UK Prime Minister's Faith Engagement, and he is a member of the Conservative Party. He's a member of the Economic Coalition, the Coalition for Democrats. We welcome you, Mr. Bloom. If the floor is yours, and if you need 1 more minute extra, we shall offer it to you. The floor is yours, Mr. Bloom.
Well, salam alaikum. Can I begin by extending my gratitude and thanks to His Highness Sheikh Abdullah bin Zayed Al Nahyan for hosting the 7th Assembly of the Forum of Peace, promoting peace in Muslim societies. Your generosity and sincerity is hugely appreciated. And can I also thank His Excellency Sheikh Abdullah bin Bayer for presiding over this conference. Your vision for a more peaceful world and your values of integrity and compassion are making a profound impact across the world. And to His Excellency Faisal bin Abdul Rahman bin Muammar and all the hardworking interpreters and technical experts, thank you for helping make this important conference a reality. As the independent advisor on faith engagement, I do not speak for the British government. However, I have been tasked with reviewing how government engages with faith communities. And I'm writing a report that will be published next year, making recommendations to the British government about how it can improve its engagement with faith, people of faith, and places of worship. One of the themes of this series of sessions is looking for positive examples during the pandemic. And notwithstanding the terrible human costs, the terrible suffering and economic collapse that has met us all at the hands of COVID-19, there have been a few positive things that, if we are wise, we can grab hold of and use as foundations for a better and stronger tomorrow. I was appointed before the COVID pandemic, but in many ways, I think the timing could not have been more perfect. And let me explain why. Because of the pandemic, the British government and faith and religious leaders have been forced to communicate and engage more than ever before, sometimes at very short notice, and they are engaging with increasing regularity. And possibly not since the Second World War have there been so many meetings between senior and serious leaders of faith and government leaders as well. During the last 9 months, like many countries, there was a need to insist that mosques, churches, synagogues, gurdwaras, temples, and other places of worship were either closed completely or had significant restrictions placed upon them. Corporate singing inside a place of worship has not been permitted, nor has other corporate acts of prayer and worship. And as a person of a deep and committed faith myself, I know how painful these restrictions have been and continue to be. However, in the spirit of positivity, let me share with you from my experience 3 examples of the good and the positive that has emerged from this sad situation. Firstly, we have seen that places of worship very quickly adapted and used other ways of engaging with their communities. It feels like every faith and religious community embraced Zoom, much like we are doing now, or Facebook or YouTube, to keep their weekly services, their Bible studies, their prayer meetings, and other events happening. And I feel compelled to share with you that whilst the doors of the building may have been locked, the churches, the mosques, and the synagogues and other holy spaces were not closed. Thousands and even tens of thousands of them went online and stayed open in other ways. I know of one faith group that bought everyone in their community an iPad so that if they needed it, they could stay in touch and worship together. And so that sense of isolation and separateness did not arise. So faith communities have found new and exciting ways of sharing their faith and staying in touch with their congregations. And I think that is to be hugely welcomed. Secondly, my second point is that it feels to me that trust between faith groups and government has been widening over the years. Some of that has to do with the fact that too often when government and government agencies have to deal with religion or with faith leaders, it has been in response to very negative events and twisted ideologies. So there is suspicion and a lack of trust that often has gone both ways. So when we were entering this period of lockdown, I think for some in government, their confidence that some religious leaders would not comply with those regulations was possibly well-founded. However, from my perspective, the incredibly gracious and generous and warm approach from religious leaders in the UK, and I would say in particular the sheikhs, the imams, and other Islamic scholars, was exemplary. And it is worth noting that our first lockdown happened right at the beginning of Ramadan. And so justifiably, I think the British Muslim community can say they were hit hardest first. And yet their response was generous, was warm, was kind and gracious. That graciousness and generosity did not go unnoticed. And it has done a huge amount of good in repairing and restoring relationships and good faith between the British government and them. And in particular, the British Muslim community, I think, and the British government are now closer together than they have been for a long time. I see this as an excellent foundation upon which we can continue to build great dialogue, great understanding, and greater harmony. Thirdly, and finally, in the spirit of positivity, is both the issue of interfaith dialogue and intra-faith dialogue. Interfaith is all faith and religious groups coming together. And intra-faith is the dialogue that exists within each faith group individually. I have been honored to have set up and sat in on and often chaired or co-chaired specific meetings online for both senior and serious leaders from different faiths with government ministers, and other meetings specifically for leaders of faith groups. So meetings just for Christian leaders, another meeting just for Jewish leaders, another meeting for Hindu leaders, and of course meetings just for Muslim leaders, as well as meetings where all of those leaders will come together. In these meetings, we have seen incredible warmth, mutual respect, and genuine affection between different faith leaders, and I've seen new relationships grow and flourish. In the same way, we have seen new relationships develop and greater respect and mutual understanding from within different religious denominations and groups. Sadly, in the UK, we still have sectarianism amongst some religious groups. But it is my belief that during this period of the COVID pandemic, different denominations have set aside some of their differences and have come together in warmer and more positive ways. Let us all hope and pray that these positive aspects are maintained and will grow in the coming months and years. Let me finish, as I finish so many of my meetings with my friends and colleagues from the British Muslim community. Thank you, and JZK, or Jazak Allah Khairan. May God bless you with goodness. Back to you, Your Excellency, Faisal bin Abdulrahman bin Moammar.
Thank you very much. Thank you. نقدم الشكر لك بخالص الشكر والتقدير على هذا العرض المتميز عن التعاون بين الأتباع.
Thank you for this amazing and wonderful presentation that showed us how you have actually achieved cooperation between all the various leaders of the different faiths and the government. And this is something really that was very clear to us, that we've seen a lot. When we talk about this virus, we know that it's not something that we can all be immune from. It touched upon us all. And I think it's important as well that to note the whole of humanity is impacted on this. So we have seen great successes, and we hope that we could take examples for this to deal with each other post-corona. I'm hoping that the next speakers can get ready to also offer us some examples in order to hear from you how 2021 is going to be our golden year. There were things that we weren't expecting. I don't think there will be anything worse than we faced this year. So we're hopeful for 2021. And thank you very much for your wonderful intervention. We'll come back to you, sir. Now, we move to the topic of initiatives of solidarity with vulnerable economies. We have Mr. Danny Kruger, Member of Parliament in the UK, and he was a political secretary for the UK government, and also a advisor to the government, and he has a number of degrees from Oxford University and elsewhere. I now invite Mr. Danny Kruger to take the floor.
11 دقيقة. تفضل.
Assalamu alaikum, Your Excellency
عليكم السلام.
and colleagues. I'm very grateful to you for the invitation to join you today, and I have very much enjoyed the sessions
so far, I want to talk to you about the work that I think the pandemic has made necessary in the way we organize our society, our economy, and our politics in the future. And as we just heard from my friend Colin Bloom just now, there have been many indications of what a positive future might look like during this terrible year. We have seen and learned what we are capable of, as well as seeing and learning what we are bad at and what we need to improve. So let me start by acknowledging that many mistakes have no doubt been made in the way that governments around the world have responded to the pandemic. And that includes the British government, which I support in Parliament. We will have to see in future months and years where we went wrong, what decisions should have been made differently, and there will have been many of those. But there is one thing I think that all countries and all governments got right. And I don't mean a tactical response to a new virus. I don't mean the economic, political, health decisions that were made by our governments. What I mean is that almost every society in the world, almost every person in the world decided in 2020 that something mattered more than the economy, something mattered more than keeping the wheels of our businesses turning. And we might decide, looking back, that we made a mistake. Maybe the people are right who said we overreacted and we shouldn't have locked down our economies and our societies because there will be a greater loss of health and even life because of the economic impact of what we have done this year. I don't know, we will see. But what I do think, and I do applaud, that we decided to put society first and human lives first. And that decision was a decision made about virtue, about value, about what we care about. And suddenly, rather than counting our country's well-being in terms of its wealth, we thought about the people, particularly old people, who are most vulnerable. We thought they mattered more. So something very good was done. We made a moral stand and a moral commitment this year. Let me say what I think the lessons are for the future. The first lesson is to recognize that our state systems are not fit for purpose. And I will just speak about the UK here. While attention has naturally focused on the heroic work that frontline professionals, healthcare workers, people working in care homes, people working with vulnerable communities, and attention has focused on politicians, the decisions that people at the very top have made. The fact is, the real action, the most important decisions were made in between the politicians and the front line. And they weren't made really by any individuals that we can point to. They were made by systems. And I think our systems have shown significant weaknesses this year. And we heard a little bit of it earlier from Dr. Al-Kholi about how we were not fully ready for the pandemic. And in the UK, at least, I don't think we responded well in all respects. And I don't blame the people working on the front line. And while I think politicians are ultimately responsible, I don't think the responsibility lies with any individual leaders either, or any individual civil servants. Responsibility lies with the system. So we have to reform our system. And I think we have to look back into our history. The European model of government derives from the 19th century German state that Otto von Bismarck built to when he united Prussia, when he united Germany around the Prussian state. And he extended a model of military command and control into the social sphere. And he built great bureaucracies to manage German society. We followed in the 20th century in the UK and have built similar systems, ultimately derived from a military top-down command and control model. And after the Second World War, when in the UK we built up a very large government apparatus to manage the war effort, we extended the model into the social sphere. And that has been very successful in lots of ways. But I think the time for that top-down, large-scale, centralized bureaucracy has had its day. And I think we've learned the weaknesses of it this year. Instead, we need to look back to another model, another idea, which Bismarck's contemporary in the UK was Benjamin Disraeli. And Disraeli talked about trusting people. And he talked about the importance of empowering ordinary people in their communities to take responsibility for their lives and for their communities. And we, I think, need to get back to the idea of trusting people. And we've seen it this year. The most successful aspects of our response to coronavirus in Britain were decisions taken very locally by local government and by communities organizing themselves spontaneously to look after their neighbors, to manufacture personal protective equipment, and to identify the people who needed to be traced after a positive test. And now, with the rollout of the vaccine, we are seeing the development of local networks and local providers to organize vaccination. We still need a big government operation. What I'm saying is not about saying we don't need government. We very much do. We need organization and coordination, and particularly in a health crisis. But crucially, if we are to manage the end of this crisis, and if we are to build a better system for the future, we need a more local, more trusting system, and particularly so for the economic rebuilding that needs to happen. So I have proposed a new social and economic paradigm that rests on the importance and recognizes the importance of community power and local government, and trusting frontline professionals in public services and local businesses and local citizens more. We have a very centralized state in the UK, and we need to localize, to devolve power more. And I will end with my observation about the role of faith groups in this. Colin and I have discussed many times the enormous significance and responsibility of faith communities, both in helping people who are suffering, who might be bereaved, or who have family members who are sick, in identifying the people who need help, who might not be known to the authorities. We have a lot of immigrant communities in the UK who do not have close relationships with government. And in future, in helping to tackle our social challenges, which existed before coronavirus, of poverty and family breakdown and homelessness and drug addiction and depression and crime, unemployment, all of these challenges, the faith communities have an enormous role to play in supporting people who need help. And our government needs to learn that faith communities should be proper partners in rising to these challenges. And the appointment of Colin and the work that the government is now doing with our faith communities is a very significant development. And while historically, people might have felt faith is for the past, it's out of date, it's decreasing, the future is secular and atheist. That is obviously not the case. And we are seeing very, very positive signs of growth in our faith communities. So I'm very pleased to be part of your conference today. This is a very significant gathering, and I hope that our government and our country will partner with you and with others to advance the role of faith communities and build a better world for the future after this pandemic. Your Excellency, thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It was really a very valuable presentation, and we learned a lot from you. أقدم الشكر للجميع على هذه المشاركة الطيبة.
I would like to thank you all for this participation, and I would like to thank Mr. Kruger for this intervention, which shows the importance of politics in guiding a lot of the issues that the societies are facing as a result. So this is not an issue to be dealt with by only one side. It is a common problem that all of us have to tackle together. And thank you for pointing to the experiments and experiences in Europe. I am based in Vienna, and for me, this was for me also the first time to see a cooperation between religious leaders and policymakers. And Mr. Kruger mentioned this, the importance of the role that faith-based communities can play in combating this pandemic. Also, the role that they can play in prevention. And of course, this can be replicated in many other fields, not only in the context of fighting a pandemic. Thank you very much, Mr. Kruger, for your intervention. And now we are on to the next speaker. We have next Mr. Kashif Siddiqui. He is an international football player and a co-founder of the Football for Peace organization from the UK. We have several participants from the UK today, which is great. He worked to have a sports movement among youth, and he also is an ambassador for trying to have peace among ethnic minorities, and this is something interesting because, of course, football is a very popular game, and trying to guide people through that common element, which is the love for football, is, of course, very interesting. So I think that the influence of football players, especially those who belong to international clubs and famous clubs, that is something, of course, that is useful, and they can contribute to the different policies and the different social issues. So, Mr. Siddiqui, the floor is yours. Go ahead.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Your Excellency, thank you very much for the kind introduction. Firstly, thank you for His Excellency Sheikh Abdullah bin Baya and His Excellency Sheikh Abdullah bin Zayed for his and also the UAE's patronage and continued efforts in promoting peace around the world, and really appreciate having me as a guest speaker today. As you kindly mentioned, my name is Kashif Siddiqui. I'm a footballer now turning diplomat. I'm also the co-founder of Football for Peace. So football has taken me all over the world, and I have come to know of the work of the Peace Forum and Sheikh bin Baya, the amazing work that's been ongoing globally. And I'm very proud to be here and finally be part of this dialogue. So just a very quick background on my journey in Football for Peace. Officially, it was launched in Chile in 2006 at the United Nations. It moved and supported by the late Kofi Annan. And co-founded by a FIFA legend who played with the late Maradona, who spent a lot of time in the UAE, as you're aware, and also Pele. I actually co-founded the movement, ironically, in the UAE in 2013. So we have a very long, heartfelt relationship with the UAE. But being here today with you guys, it's very interesting because Elias and I had connected as footballers from different faiths and different cultures, with a view to empower the youth to rise against the most pressing global issues which face the people and planet, and really serving the needs of others. Football for Peace today is a UN-sanctioned civil society organization, backed by many member states and also football governing bodies, and has long-standing relationships with the royal families in Europe and Middle East. And currently we serve as one of the only organizations in the world which is using football diplomacy to combine community-based activity with diplomatic impact. And coming to today's discussion point on solidarity with vulnerable communities. I think it's imperative that we all continue to contribute to reducing the devastating effects of COVID-19. And as Danny had mentioned just in the last talk, and I'm sure Danny would agree with me, I believe that sport, especially football, can play a crucial role in some of the points you made as well today, and some of the other members have made. The recent pandemic has also had so much effect globally on the amount of and lack of participation of sports and many entertaining activities for young people that are engaging in, that are now faced with isolation, mental health issues, which indirectly is affecting peace, security, and obviously basic needs for the future. We believe, and I truly believe, that building trust and livelihoods, institutions and relationships will be complex, and long-term endeavors have to take place, full of steps back and forth. However, the task of peace building is a long road, and we cannot afford not to do this. We cannot afford to do this alone. So therefore, I think today's forum and forums like this are so important, because dialogue really brings some of these actions to the table, but also creates partnerships. I personally believe that we're living in a world that's so connected at this time, but yet feels so divided and unbalanced, with poverty, inequality, climate, environmental issues. And I really think that together we can really unlock the real power of football to support these issues. Because if you think about it, 3 billion of us love football, and we really have to try and tap into that good and reach of what football can do. For example, my inspiration comes from my mother. Her struggles coming from Africa to the UK as a refugee, her fight for equalities inspired something in me to give something back as a young Asian South Asian footballer. But I realized early on that, a game of football is a team game, and I couldn't do this on my own. And I needed to pass this message across the world. And I could only do this by bringing the best players on my team. And it's like having, the best starting 11 on a team. The better the team you have, for example, whatever team everyone supports, whether it's Man City, Barcelona, but the better the players, the faster the ball will move up the pitch. And this is what I feel, that the better players that we have on our team, the faster our message will get across the world and get key global supporters. And I think this message of the new alliance of Virtue Charter, Sheikh bin Baye and the Peace Forum has really give us an inspiration and support to join our mission and become part of this global team in support of the message. And so as the Decade of Peace starts with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, with the year 2020, we have 10 years to reach the goals. I welcome the Peace Forum and everyone on that has been part of this to really work with us to almost create a world peace tour where we can host peace matches and really empower the youth to really take actions and serve for good deeds. We already have confirmations from the Vatican to support this, and I welcome Abu Dhabi and also Sheikh bin Baye and the Peace Forum, that we can bring this to Abu Dhabi and host a peace match where we can really carry our message of peace and both promote the power of interfaith and football diplomacy to unlock the power of football. But again, thank you so much for having me here, and apologies if I've made any mistakes, and I really look forward to working with you and inshallah working together. Thank you again, Your Excellency.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let me start by saying, when we have a famous footballer talking to us, and when we work hand in hand with sport leagues and football leagues, we are going to bear results when we cooperate with famous footballers, famous people, and good people like yourself who are exerting very much respected efforts towards peace, towards full equal citizenship, which are all issues that are important to all of us, humankind. So we really welcome your speech, your intervention, Mr. Kashif, and we also thank you for calling upon the world to put hands in hands and work together. I'm sure that we are going to be able to awake the silent majority of the rest of the humans, but they themselves also would like to live in peace and tranquility. In this pandemic, we feel that our human task is to protect each other. And this task does not recognize color or religion or race, is not concerned with any of these. The task is to cooperate as humans, to realize that we live on the same planet and what affects one of us affects all of us.
Yeah.
This, following 2020, has become a unifying issue for all societies. I personally feel relieved. I am in Riyadh, in my home country, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and when I looked at the reports that say we only have 193 cases of COVID-19 in the kingdom, I was relieved. And we are here because we already have policies in place. We have the support of the religious institutions and also the support of the public. They are abiding by the health instructions by the health authorities. We all believe we are responsible for each other. If we don't realize we are responsible for each other, we will all fail. Thank you so much, Mr. Kashif. We will come back to you later, but before that, I'm going to go back to my to the other speakers. Is Dr. Ahmed, sorry, Dr. Amjad, is Dr. Amjad joining us now? Yes, sir, I am here. I will give you the floor then. Here you go. Can you hear me, sir? We would like to talk about the post-corona, post-COVID world. We hope that Corona will not come back again. We hope this will be the end of it. COVID-19 has revealed a shortage in preparations and arrangements. We hope that we have learned our lessons, that we all have learned our lessons. We hope that as a result, we will invest more in public health. And we also expect that a lot of our behavior will improve. We will get used to social distancing. We will get used to hygiene, hand hygiene, etc. These are all good things to take with us. These are good behaviors that not only protect us from COVID-19, but will also protect us from other diseases and viruses. Once again, let me reiterate my thanks to Your Highness and to all our esteemed speakers. Thank you, Dr. Amjad. We have benefited a lot from your expertise in the World Health Organization, and we hope that you will convey our greetings to Dr. Mandari. Dr. Saman, would you like to have 3 minutes now to add whatever you wanted to add in your speech and did not have the time to? So the post-COVID world, would you care to comment, sir? And your microphone is muted. You are from the generation, my generation, that still has not grappled with the technology yet. It's all technology's fault, they're saying. always grateful for help when it comes to technology. The most important thing after this humanitarian crisis, the COVID-19 crisis, I think the most important thing here is to realize that we are all members of the same family. The whole of the humanity is but one family. And when a member of this family, a group of this family is affected, we are all affected. And therefore, it goes without saying, the safety and security of any people of any country is safety for everybody. This is such a simple point.
And we have to behave accordingly. It's not a problem of how to tackle a disease here or there. The problem is how to believe with the unity of humanity and how to cooperate together in order to face these difficulties. And let me use this opportunity to say that Kai Seed, with your efforts, your Excellency Faisal bin Muammar, Kai Seed is really a good example to be followed, not only to be encouraged, to be followed by leading the humanitarian work in Africa, in Asia, in South America, in the Middle East, in Europe, everywhere, to build bridges of respect, of accepting and respecting differences. To be different doesn't mean that you are wrong. Being different is richness to humanity. And this culture, we learned a lot of it through tackling this COVID-19. Thank you.
شكرا دكتور محمد. دعني أحاول أن أضيف.
Thank you, Dr. Muhammad. I'd like to raise a question. You have a minute remaining in the time allocated to yourself. Do you think that human beings will forget? Do you think people may forget eventually after we all recover and we return to our normal life? Do you think it is likely that we will forget the pain we went through and we forget all the rhetoric we are talking about now and all our talk about coexistence and cooperation? What do you think, sir? The world has been through many crises, many world wars. The First World War has not been forgotten. Yet we went into a Second World War. And after the Second World War, we went into a number of regional and local wars that had international ramifications. So yes, it's true. We don't seem to learn from our mistakes, even when we pay high prices. However, this collective crisis, the COVID-19 crisis, has left its mark on our hearts and minds and has made us realize that we, as I said before, are one family, and what affects one part of this family, one member of this family, will affect all of us. This lesson hopefully by default means that we will learn once and for all what we didn't learn from previous calamities and adversities. Because again, this crisis, the COVID crisis, has affected all of us at once. Whether be it the bird flu before or any other viruses before, they were more localized. They were not as widespread. The humanity has not seen one such comprehensive crises that touched everybody and affected everybody. This is a big lesson that I hope we've learned and we will benefit from. Thank you, Dr. Muhammad. Before I give the floor to the rest of our speakers, I am happy to share with you that we are very pleased and pleasured to have Sheikh, His Excellency Sheikh Abdullah bin Baya has joined us personally. Sheikh bin Baya has joined us personally to this session. He's not going to have an intervention, but we want to say thank you so very much, sir, for joining us. And you may take the floor, sir. Sorry, you may take the floor and you may go for as long as you need.
Thank you very much. And thank you for this introduction. I just wanted to say hello and to thank you all for the great work that you have done. And I wanted to thank Dr. Faisal bin Ammar for the great job he is doing moderating this session. I also would like to thank the speakers of this session. I was listening in on this session, and I was very pleased with all that I've heard, and I easier. Your Excellency, we've learned a lot from you, and we have accompanied you in many of your initiatives. We appreciate your ideas, your thought, and your contributions. Your contributions towards peace, achieving peace in this world, are very remarkable. We've learned from you in the aspects of dialogue, international dialogue, interfaith dialogue, and you are a great example of somebody who can contribute to religion and can contribute to the community at the same time. You've done a lot to explain and show the true face of Islam. So we pray that you will always be healthy and participating. We would like to thank all the colleagues in the UAE for the work that they have done to enable you to bring your message across. Thank you very much for contributing, and thank you for visiting our session. This is an annual conference, a very successful conference, and many distinguished speakers from different parts of the world look forward to participating in this conference every year. Now, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Colin Bloom.
After Corona or after COVID-19, we don't know what the future is going to bring. Please. Sayyid Colin.
Well, good afternoon again. Thank you very much indeed for the introduction, and I hope what I had to say earlier, I hope was well received. I think in terms of what do we hope for the future from post-pandemic, really builds on what I said, and that is that there will be a greater engagement between faith leaders, people of faith, and places of worship, and our governments and our civic and other civic and civil leaders in the United Kingdom and elsewhere. I personally, this is the second peace forum that I have been to, and I think what you've got is something really very special and something that I hope we can build on in the future as an example of faith leaders coming together, finding ways of living in harmony. And as I said in my talk earlier, that one of the great wins, one of the very good positive things that has come from this awful disease, this awful pandemic that we are facing, is that it has forced government and faith leaders to come together so much more, but also it has forced faith leaders amongst themselves to come together so much more. And I think that's something that we can build on, and something that I hope will strengthen our communities and strengthen our countries in a way that we previously didn't think possible. And finally, I would say this, that that notwithstanding all of the pain and the suffering and the anxiety that that this pandemic has caused, certainly in the United Kingdom, we are seeing faith and interest in faith really grow, and people developing a much deeper sense of their own religious convictions and their own beliefs. And so I think there are some positives that we can all cling on to and draw from. And I hope that that's something that that when the pandemic passes and that we get back to something close to normal, although I don't think we will ever get back to what we think of as normal, but as we get back to something close to normal, that legacy of faith, belief, and interest in caring for one another doesn't go away.
Thank you. In the last 15 years, we've been in this field, and we've been working together with many institutions like Sheikh Abdullah bin Baya and Kaisid and others in the West and in the East. We were talking about building trust among cultures, among religious groups, among different civilizations. What we discover beside building bridges, that we need not only to build the bridges, we need to cross the bridges to the other side. And this is very important. I mean, to cross the bridge to the other side. Beside the crossing the bridges, we discover that we are so weak in connecting religious leaders with policymakers. And this is really a fact. We have to acknowledge it, and we have to find the best tools to build the trust and to see how we can position it in the best way we can. I can say from my position as a Secretary General of Kaisid, this is one of the top priority we are doing in our center. As an IGO, we are so much connected now to policymakers, and the only way to ensure the implementation of all of our plans and activities is to share it with policymakers and to get the trust and the support from policymakers. So thank you very much. So we go now to His Excellency, Mr. Dani. I'm sure that he is, as a policymaker, will support what we said, but we will talk about post the pandemic crisis. Please, Mr. Dani.
Your Excellency, if I may, Dani has had to go.
Okay.
But could I just pick up on something you just said, if I may?
Yes, please. Yes.
You talked about the importance of building bridges between communities, and I think that's so absolutely correct. And you said it's important that for faith leaders to walk over those, not just to build the bridges, but to walk over those bridges. I think it's also important that our politicians and our secular leaders walk over those bridges as well. And I think if we can build bridges between our legislators, our governments, and our faith leaders, and encourage people, as you have so wisely said, encourage them to walk across them, I think we will have a safer and more secure and more prosperous future. So thank you for what you said. I 100%.
I completely agree with you. Thank you very much for your support. Now we turn to Mr. Kashif. Your message will reach the youth everywhere in the world. Please go ahead for the future.
Thank you very much again, Your Excellency. Yes, inshallah, I hope that this opportunity today gives us an opportunity to launch this platform with you, to work together in the Middle East, to really attract the football world and the diplomatic world to bring together for change. Our vision is to use the Decade of Peace to serve and create 1 million young, resilient young peace leaders globally, and really use this platform to enable us to have very high-level peace matches across the kingdom, particularly in Abu Dhabi and Saudi and the Vatican. But as Colin has touched from the UK as well, we'd love to create more bilateral relationships through the football world with the UAE and football. And it's a very interesting and the most recent tie-up with the Abrahamic Accord. And I'm not sure if the listeners are aware that this week the UAE had invested in a club in Israel, which is very interesting, in Jerusalem particularly. And I think that really transcends and shows the power of football and the world that we're working towards. But again, inshallah, I'm very honored to be part of this group and to build in this. And I know he won't like me saying this, but I'd like to say a very special thank you to Zishan Zafar, who's been supporting us in the background and to really bring football for peace to the forefront and back to the region. Thank you again, Your Excellency.
Thank you. We still have time. We still have almost 15 minutes before we close, but I am going to go back to Dr. Amjad and another round. We want to hear from you, from all the participants, some suggestion for us, either in the Peace Forum or KAICEED or any institutions. If you can really think of 1 or 2 suggestions, so we can really use it for our benefits in the future to go over this pandemic and also to enhance our work. Please, Dr. Amjad.
أشكر معاليكم. الحقيقة الكلمة الأخيرة إنه هذه الجائحة
Your Excellency, this hopefully will not be the last time we meet a pandemic. This is a scientific fact. Viruses and microbes undergo mutations, they change, and they always come back. So the advice is that we should always be ready as individuals, as societies, as countries, as governments. The goal should be the same, to protect ourselves, to preserve humankind. And as our distinguished speakers said, the soul, a human being, is the most precious and the most valuable according to all religions. So whether be it during the pandemic or after the pandemic, the goal should be to protect ourselves by following the same guidelines. Those guidelines are not temporary, especially the general guidelines when it comes to personal hygiene, for example. These are guidelines that will protect us, that will mitigate the impact of the pandemic. I hope, therefore, that we are not going to forget quickly. I hope that we will continue to pay attention to public health, personal health as well. Of course, some of the opportunities that we may be able to benefit from is the emphasis on hygiene and health. And then at the end of the day, let's remember human beings are weak, are fragile. And unless we follow health protocols, we are always open or could be impacted by even further viruses. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Samman. We turn to you for further advice. Would you please unmute yourself? Would you please unmute yourself, sir? Your microphone is still muted. Go ahead, sir. Muted again.
Dr. Mohammed. إذا كان الدكتور محمد ما زال مغلق.
I believe the microphone is still muted, Dr. Muhammad, or maybe you're having a problem. So maybe we could go back to Mr. Colin and see if you have anything to add, sir.
You want to say some suggestion or anything you want to say for
Well,
the last 2 minutes?
Yeah, just 2 minutes. Thank you. Well, let me just say that here in the UK, one of the things that we're doing at the moment is a public consultation with everybody, with people of faith and people of no faith, into how they feel that government engages with faith communities. And it's some evidence that we will be putting into the report that I'm writing, which will be published next year. I think I can say we've only got 3 days left until this research finishes, but the response has been absolutely phenomenal. I mean, we're talking tens of thousands of members of the public have spent considerable time, invested considerable time in filling it in. So just in closing, really, I would say that notwithstanding everything that we've said and everything that we're going through as a country and as nations together facing this terrible pandemic, people's interest in things of faith, I think, has never been higher, and their willingness to engage with the exercises that I'm involved in trying to understand what they think about government's engagement with faith, whether they think that freedom of religion or belief is under threat, and other aspects of faith and public life, has been really a tremendous response. And so as men and women of faith, I would say that our best years are still to come. And I feel confident that whether we are Hindu or whether we are Sikh or whether we are Muslim or Christian or Jewish, I think our respective faiths are both in good hands, but I also think that the future looks very bright.
Thank you for your positive thought. Thank you. Dr. Samak.
شكرا معالي الوزير.
Yes.
Dr. Al-Sammak, do we have you now, sir? Can you hear me? Yes, sir, go ahead. Thank you. I just wanted to add one comment, and that is when humanity faces a general tragedy like COVID-19, we refrain from recriminations, we refrain from blaming the other. We come together to stand up to the face of this pandemic, and we did not see competition to reach the vaccine. We have actually collaborated and cooperated. We have learned that cooperation is better than competition in these contexts. We've learned that when we cooperate, we pool our resources, because the problem we're facing is facing all of humankind, and all of humankind need to work together. We need to avoid competitive commercial battles, because at the end of the day, we are all on the same boat. So there are very important lessons to be learned here by humankind. We should learn these lessons and remember them after the end of this pandemic and use them in the future, because nobody knows what the future hides for us. Thank you, Dr. Muhammad. I want to reiterate what you said. Yes, this pandemic should not be approached as a political issue or as a issue particular to a certain group, or as an issue of an interest to somebody. No, it is an issue to be tackled as a collective. It should not be mingled with politics and elections and what you may have. Mr. Kashif, I turn to you, sir. Do you have any final words?
You are muted. Mr. Kashif.
Hi, thank you. Thank you again. Just on a very final note, potentially in the UK, we are piloting a nationwide initiative where we're working with faith establishments to bring Football for Peace centres and really uniting children from different walks of life, be it Muslim or Christian faith backgrounds or Hindu, etc. And I think this is a very interesting concept that we're trying to use interfaith and football diplomacy for the first time to bring it together at the grassroots level, and it would be very interesting to discuss more collaborations on this perspective and really try and learn and from the credibility and experience of the Faith Forum and the people as part of this dialogue as we embark on this more interfaith concept. But thank you again, everyone, for having me, and really look forward to this continued partnership.
شكرا للجميع. أتقدم بالشكر.
Thank you very much, sir, and I'd like to thank all of you, our distinguished guests and the speakers, for your interventions. I want to conclude by saying in 2020, with all the virtual meetings we are holding, yet we are able to do very important tasks. And I hope that the recommendations we are reaching will be just ink on paper. I hope that they will remain. I remember we held a conference for religious values in the summit of the G20. And I remember that we put together a number of really solid, good recommendations. So I'd like here to remind others as well, that after 2020, post 2020, once we have overcome this pandemic with God's help, I hope to remember to revisit those recommendations, to build on these recommendations and start initiatives. I hope those recommendations will not go in the drawers and be forgotten about. One of our problems as humans is we forget. So we need to remember that we forget, and we need to remember the lessons learned. The Forum for Peace promotion, the one you are attending, and the one focused on the fact that we are all on the same ship, we are all passengers of the same ship. I'm really glad such a title was chosen. It is very wise and very timely. Once again, I want to reiterate my thanks to Sheikh Abdullah bin Baya and all the organizers and all the participants. I'd like to also thank the interpreters and all of you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. I hope we will have hope to have a lady amongst ourselves. However, we're all men in here. We're all gentlemen. But hopefully in future sessions that we will see more women participating. Thank you. And I'd also like to thank you all for abiding by the time. We actually still have 5 minutes. This is the first session where we end the session before the time allocated for the session. And this is due to all of you and to abiding by the time. So thank you very much. I hope we all continue to live in peace, tranquility, and health. Wherever you are, greetings from Riyadh, and may God's peace be upon you.
شكرا.
Thank you.
شكرا لك مع الوزير.
نتوقف الآن.
شكرا لكم، شكرا للمنظمين. شكرا.
العفو طال عمرك. الحضور والمتابعون الكرام، نتوقف الآن.
Dear audience and followers, we are going to take a 15-minute break. We shall, after the break, start session 9. The title of session 9 is The New Alliance of Virtue, Timely and Urgent.
شكرا لكم جميعا على هذه الجلسة الناجحة والممتعة جدا. نزلنا عن البث الحي. مشكور معالي الوزير، كانت إدارة جدا ناجحة ومكنت
سيداتي سادتي.
Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now start the 9th session of our 7th forum, and the subject will be the new Alliance of Virtue, the timeliness of the initiative and its renewed need. And it's moderated by His Excellency Dr. Mohammed El-Senussi, Director of the Secretariat of the Network for Religions and Traditional Peacemakers, and for the Forum of Promoting Peace Trustees. Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you so much for your kind introduction. And well, good afternoon to everyone, and good morning to those who are in this side of the Atlantic in the United States and other places. So good morning to everyone, and peace be upon all of you. We're so delighted to continue the proceeding of the Forum for Promoting Peace in Muslim Societies. This 7th annual forum comes in a very unique time this year, as the entire world is challenged by a number of pandemics, and above all, of course, the pandemic of COVID-19 that we're all trying to deal with. So the forum this year is quite significant in terms of bringing all experts, and we have been listening for the last 3 days, different perspective. We started with the foundational speech of Sheikh bin Bayyah, Sheikh Abdullah bin Bayyah, the president of the forum, who basically gave a kind of a new concepts and a new notion to this idea of solidarity, the idea of the passenger of the ship, the idea of now we're living in this global village, a village that really is enough to accommodate everyone, but we need to bring that spirit of collaboration and solidarity. So this new concept needs to be expanded. So when Sheikh Abdullah bin Bayyah in his opening remarks brought this new concept from almost more than 1400 years ago, a concept that of solidarity, a concept of collaboration, and a concept of cooperation. That is the analogy of the passengers of the ship. So if the people in the lower deck are suffering, the people in the upper deck will also suffer. So there is a need for that kind of collaboration, and we're really delighted to expand in that concept this morning as well through our own interreligious dialogue and interreligious collaboration and partnership and understanding. And this particular session is titled "The Alliance of Virtue: the timelines of initiatives, and it is renewed needs." And this notion of alliance of virtue itself, it's really, it came from a number of initiatives that led by the forum and by the Sheikh Abdullah bin Bayyah, starting from the Marrakesh Declaration, a declaration that is now well known around the world, and building on the Marrakesh Declaration to protect the right of religious numerical minorities in the Muslim majority communities. We also Sheikh Abdullah bin Bayyah came up with this alliance of virtue, an alliance that to bring everyone together, regardless of any orientation, whether it is religious or ethnic or any kind of orientation, bring people together for the common good. From this notion of alliance of virtue, also today, to basically respond to the pandemic that we are living in, Sheikh Abdullah bin Bayyah again brought this notion of the collaboration through the analogy of the passenger of the ship. So this morning session, we are really honored to have a world-renowned speakers from interreligious communities, from Judaism, from Islam, from Christianity, to further advance this notion of the passenger of the ship through the alliance of virtue, the new alliance of virtue that was created a couple of years ago, and continue to be known around the world as well. Since the inception of the Alliance of Virtue, indeed, we have seen a number of initiatives that were built on the idea of the Alliance of Virtue. Just to give you a few examples, for instance, we saw how the Alliance of Virtue document was used to address issues of domestic violence. For instance, in the UK, it was used by religious leaders and actors to be a foundational document to address issues against, issues of domestic violence, and how the alliance itself could be helpful and bring that collaboration. We have seen the youth also using the Alliance of Virtue to further inspire youth through a collaboration in sport, like football for peace, soccer for peace, how they can work together and use the Alliance of Virtue as an umbrella for this kind of collaboration. So, and also we see a lot of initiatives. Our speaker this morning, they will talk about it. We have seen the Alliance of Virtue was able to basically provide more than 2.5 billion meals for the needy and the poor people around the world. And that was held in the famous conference in Kuwait, last year, where a number of, Alliance of Virtue leadership and the international communities came together to deliver that pledge, was, for raising, fund and meals for those who are in need. So we see a progress, but now we are in this pandemic, and how the Alliance of Virtue also is able to address the situation that we're in now during the coronavirus era. So without really any further ado, I want to really begin the session this morning and invite our first speakers here to provide also context and to provide this, the Alliance of Virtue notion, and how is this even used in the academia and from the intellectual perspective. So I want to turn to you, my dear brother and friend, Dr. William Vindley. Obviously, Dr. Vindley, you do not need any introduction. You are currently the Secretary General Emeritus for Religions for Peace, and also you are known globally for your efforts in the past, more than 4 decades, advancing interreligious collaboration and multi-faith understanding. Dr. William Vindley, the floor is yours. I am afraid you are muted, Dr. Vindley. Still, we can't hear you, but...
we can't hear you still, sir. Your microphone is off, you're muted.
Yes, you can go now.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for your patience. Thank you, dear Dr. Mohammed, and your wonderful service to all of us and your generous introduction. Greetings, dear colleagues. Naturally, we're all thankful for our beloved Sheikh Abdullah bin Baya and for the United Arab Emirates for hosting all of us. Let me begin with a very, very simple slogan, very simple one. Rights protect, virtues perfect. Now, this is referring to human dignity. Rights are designed to protect human dignity. Terribly, terribly important. But virtues are designed to help perfect our human dignity. There are these 2 legs that human dignity has to stand on. It needs to be protected by rights. And we can think of the Marrakesh Declaration as a brilliant contemporary expression of that. But it also human dignity needs to be perfected, and our language of virtue and our practices of virtues and the great schools of virtue, preeminently our families, our synagogues, our churches and mosques, they're the great schools of that second leg of perfecting ourselves through virtue. So I want to reflect a little bit on that, and I'll begin by reading a text. It's from St. Paul, a Jew who became a follower of Jesus, and it's his letter to Galatians. And I ask Jewish brothers and sisters and Islamic brothers and sisters to think of their own texts as I read this very, very short excerpt from Paul's letter to the Galatians. Paul writes, when selfishness, it could be translated today as egoism or self-indulgence, is at work, the results are obvious. Fornication, gross indecency and sexual irresponsibility, idolatry and sorcery, feuds and wrangling, jealousy, bad temper and quarrels, disagreements, factions, envy, drunkenness, orgies, and similar things. Well, quite a list. Paul sets that up as really a set of vices in which human dignity is being distorted. It's being abused. It's not being unfolded to be what God created it to be. He contrasts that when one is oriented on God, it's very different. Love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, trustfulness, gentleness, and self-control. So Paul is listing those as virtues, as habits that need to be patiently cultivated to unfold and perfect the true meaning of our human dignity, our God-given human dignity. And Paul, as an early Christian writer, just as Jewish writers and Jewish scriptures and Islamic scriptures, will have a hierarchy of virtues, including those that bring us closest to God and where God actually helps us in the cultivation of those virtues. In Christianity, it's faith and hope and love. And these are known as the cardinal virtues, but these virtues are not at all alien to Islam or to Judaism. And so you have this exquisite language of how the self or the person, human dignity, would be perfected. However important rights are, and they're essentially important to protect human dignity, virtues are offered to us as the way to unfold our human dignity, to take on the labor of becoming the very person God has called each of us to be. Virtues are the royal road that our three religious traditions have understood to be the way to unfold and honor our human dignity. Broadly speaking, all three of our traditions recognize two kinds or classes of virtue, and I'm simplifying, of course. There are the personal virtues, and these are largely the ones that Paul has just been referring to in the text that I read. And these are the ones that deal very much with our becoming the person that we are called to be. We're called to become virtuous, so that our default position is, so to speak, our virtues, our habitual returning to a state of virtuous behavior of one form or the other. We all know it becomes easier over time, and that virtues make it, that vices, the contrary, makes it
وعكس ذلك أن المعاصي تصعب علينا أن نتميز بالطيبة. وأتي إلى نوع الآخر من الفضائل التي تتعامل مع العدل والقسطات والعدالة. كيف نتعامل مع بعضنا البعض؟ بشكل تلقائي نرى أن فكرة الاعتراف بالآخر تجعلنا بحكم الفطرة أن نعترف بكرامة هذا الآخر، لنتعامل مع الشخص الآخر ونحترم بشكل متعمق لمشاعر الآخر. وطبعا هناك مسألة معنية بالأشخاص الذين نلتقي بهم بشكل عابر أو من نتعامل معهم بصفة يومية. إن فكرة العدالة في المجتمعات تتأتى من مؤسسات مختلفة، من المحاكم ومن المؤسسات، فهي تعتمد وترتكز على فضيلة العدالة، وأيضا مستمدة من الحقوق الإنسانية.
Complementarity of the Marrakesh Declaration, which is focusing on rights and very specifically the rights of minorities in majoritarian situations. It was written with regard to non-Muslim minorities and Muslim majoritarian situations, but it was written in a way that all of us can apply that analogously wherever there is a majority and wherever there is a minority, so that the full rights, the rights of religious freedom, of expression, the full rights are present. And this is a matter of rights protecting human dignity, but you can see immediately that it's a matter of virtue. It's a matter of justice as well. And so these two documents represent the two legs that are necessary to uphold and unfold human dignity. The leg of rights that protects human dignity, and the leg of virtue that would unfold human dignity. So we're very fortunate indeed, and it's a sign of great maturity that the wealth of the past is being mediated into our contemporary world, that the holism, the complementarity of virtue and rights is being advanced by these two undertakings, the Marrakesh Declaration and the Alliance of Virtue. I conclude by noting that in so-called modernity, we're trying often to stand on only one leg, the leg of rights. However precious it is, however important it is, it can't bear the full weight. The modern world is very hesitant to talk about virtue because it worries that one person's virtue may not be another person's virtue, that could be an imposition on an arbitrary notion of freedom. That makes the collaboration of sincere religious believers, in our case, Jews and Muslims and Christians, in an alliance of virtue, all the more precious, so that we would live an alliance of virtue and demonstrate by our own performance that virtues are not an oppression against human freedom, but are an honoring and unfolding of the deepest dimension of human freedom itself. Dear Dr. Mohammed and colleagues, that's just enough, I think, on my side, and I'm just looking forward so immensely to our very rich conversation. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Binley. And really, is starting us off quite in a solid foundation here by really differentiating between all of these virtues. And Dr. Binley, yourself, you participated in the drafting of the Alliance of Virtue documents, and all of these virtues that you mentioned, they are indeed included in the documents. So you can see a lot of similarities between what you just said and quoting, Paul, as well as what is in the Alliance of Virtue.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Binley. So next, I want to turn to my good friend here, Rabbi Bruce Lustig. Rabbi Bruce Lustig is serving as a senior rabbi for the Washington Hebrew congregations. Is one of the largest, Jewish congregation. I think the third largest one in the United States. And Rabbi Lustig also served, as a member of the Higher Committee for the Human fraternity. So Rabbi Lustig, we're so delighted to have you this morning, and the floor is yours.
Good morning. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I want to bring greetings. It's good to see everyone. We say, Hine Matov, Shevet Achim Gam Yachad, how good it is for brothers and sisters to dwell together. And even if it's virtually, it is so good to see. I was very impressed, as always, by Dr. Vindley's opening remarks, because I think that he makes a very important distinction for us, a distinction of these two legs, because we know on the one hand that rights, intrinsic in the word right, means the shield of the law. And what we have here is he's bringing out that we're living in a world in which perhaps that balance between what he talked about, between the understandings of the rights which protect and virtues which perfect, as poetic is that, it also describes in some sense the failure of our world today, in the sense that when we rely solely on governmental institutions for the rights and privileges of individuals to be taken in this way, protected, that shield of the law is not applied equally. And we live in a world in which we have to rely heavily on our virtues in order to move forward. And so his remarks are really, really important. And I just want to give an example of this, is that I'm delighted that this is the 7th forum, and I want to give greetings to our teacher, Sheikh Ben Baya, and to all those who've done such a brilliant job in organizing this forum in so many ways, and to the UAE for all of its efforts over the years for hosting and being able to make its incredible efforts towards peace amongst Muslim society, but more in recent days and years, peace in terms of peace in our world. They're to be commended. But an example of the virtues that we're talking about have been exemplified in the 7 years of the progression of the Forum for Promoting Peace in Muslim Society. When I started in this, we were Judenrein. We had very few Jews that were participating. In one of the last forums, we lit Hanukkah candles as a group of Jews joined by Sheikh Ben Baya, and what an incredible opportunity in bringing scores of rabbis together and religious leaders. This is an incredible example. The influx, and I know we don't have it on this particular panel, but the participation of women. These are all virtues which the Forum for Promoting Society has done a beautiful job. So I want to speak a little bit more about the practical aspects of what we have here. Our teacher, the great Rabbi Hillel, wrote, if I'm not for myself, who will be for me? If I'm only for myself, what am I? And if not now, when? That comes from our teachings in Pirkei Avot. And it is a paradigm that I'd like to play with just a little bit, because that last sentence, if not now, when, is so critical to all of us at this particular time. And I think that it is so important for us to think about that, of where we are at this present time. It is unprecedented times, that we're all aware. Unprecedented times in the fact that the world now contains well over 65 million refugees. We face a global pandemic that drives the world into our forums where we meet together, drives us into being only able to meet virtually, which in itself creates a greater divide in our world between the haves and have-nots. We have the opportunity to be on internet and be able to join and have computers and all these things, but these are not luxuries or these necessities to get by in the world for communication and things are not part and parcel of those 65 million refugees in the same way they are for us in our everyday lives. We have a global pandemic that has brought forth what the Alliance of Virtue has brought out about the challenges of citizenship and the challenges of our responsibility to this world. And the fact is that wealth affects the opportunities for health. Wealth affects the opportunities for health. We find in one of the wealthiest countries in the world, these United States that I'm privileged to live in, and privileged that this glorious country took my mother in as a Holocaust survivor and a refugee, and has taken in refugees from all over the world. Now stands it so clear that that the dividing line between health and not having the great opportunities of health are in fact wealth. More people of color have been affected by the virus because of the discrepancy of health based on economic situation. So we have to be aware of that. We also know that this pandemic has made other problems that are brought together to us and highlighted, and I'm so incredibly proud of that what is the progression of documents that have come in this fact that it's highlighted in the Alliance of Freedom, also highlighted, which I believe the Alliance of Virtue gave birth to, the document that I'm so privileged to work with, the document on human fraternity. In fact, when Pope Francis came to the UAE with the Grand Imam, they were addressed by our Sheikh Ben Baya, explaining and giving the understandings of how this document of human fraternity could be set forth. What we find in both of these documents is looking at and talking about some of the things that Dr. Venley had talked about, that our ability to protect has failed. Human trafficking is beyond belief in our world today. And other more unseemingly things are going on as well. The poverty that is in our world today, and the Alliance and the Forum have worked diligently to inspire nations and communities to respond to that. So what can a document do? Just like our religious documents, as sacred as they are, as God-given as we may perceive them or not perceive them to be, they are, in a sense, that fine balance that Dr. Venley talked about, the balance between what is given to us as word and what it is that we choose to do. I'm sure David Rosen could comment on this. Rabbi Rosen may disagree with me, but in my understanding of Judaism, there is no actual belief that doesn't have a corollary action. And I believe that this is the incredible statement and ability that is being asked of us by the Alliance of Virtue. It is asking to take our virtues and put those beliefs and those virtues into practical application, to make sure that we are faiths of action, that we are people of action, that we don't only talk the talk, but we walk the walk. And in fact, in our tradition, we say, Naaseh v'nishma, that we hear and that we do. That is the way some do it, but Naaseh is to do. V'nishma is to hear, that we should first do and then hear what comes from this. So it is incumbent upon us. So how can we make the Alliance of Virtue a practical application? I think so many of the things that have been done, it was a brilliant innovation that our own Pastor Bob Roberts, when he brought together and gathered rabbis, imams, and evangelical ministers together, bringing people together with working to talk about what were our virtues that we shared, what were our beliefs that we shared, and how could we move forward. Those have to be expanded. What he did in that short period of time with his brilliant colleague, Imam Majid, and some of us who were his foot soldiers like myself, this is unprecedented and absolutely important. And it is taking the Alliance of Virtue and turning it into grassroots application. And that's what we need to be able to do. It is not just preaching the word, it is doing the deed. And that's what Pastor Bob Roberts does worldwide and continues to do within his own faith, and bringing others of us together in alliance on the virtues that he exemplifies. In addition, I think what's most important, and I'm so hopeful of hearing about the Football for Peace And I know Dr. Sanusi, you have also participated in forums like this, but we must now think about that if we are going to have a different world, it is not engaging young, thriving pastors and ministers and rabbis like we have on this, who are in the early prime of their things, who have dark beards and full heads of hair. But it is incumbent upon us in many ways to engage those of the generation to come. If we do not pay attention to our youth, if we do not engage our youth, if we do not tell them that there is a balance between rights and virtue, if we don't give them opportunities to actualize these virtues for themselves, then we are just talking talk and not walking the walk at all. So I would hope that we would begin a vigorous process of doing youth summits, and even taking the model that we have brilliantly put together by and perfected over time by Imam Majid, Pastor Roberts, myself, and David Saperstein, and a host of other rabbis, imams, and evangelical ministers, of taking that same concept and turning it into a youth opportunity as well. With the Document of Human Fraternity, which I believe significantly is birthed out of the work that was done from this forum itself, of bringing towards that, now that we have an alliance between the Catholic Church and the Grand Imam of Al-Azhar, we have this alliance that has been created, and a committee, a higher committee of human fraternity, which I have the great privilege to serve on. We are pulling together to do exactly this and create a summit for youth. And this is an idea of not only, more importantly, not just to have our youth having the opportunity to participate and to get to know each other, which is one of the foundations that brilliantly has done by Pastor Roberts and others. If we don't sit in conversations, if we don't know each other, we can't work together. And so it is very important, not only for us to gather youth, but to listen to our youth, to ask them to read the document of Alliance for the Alliance of Virtue document, and to allow them to tell us what in it resonates for them and what is missing, and how would they see to actualize such a document. This is something that I hope we will move forward for, and that the forum will initialize. The other thing, the other tenet, and then I'll stop pontificating, which us rabbis are so good at doing. I will venture to say that the other pillar of this, I believe, is the doing. It is through social justice. It is doing with others. I want to just tell you what has grown out of the work that I've done in my own community. That work is that we bring Jews, Christians, and Muslims together on many, many occasions. We ran a program with our youth, and I presented this as well to our groups, and some of them have done this when we were together as the Good Neighbors or the Peace Caravan, or whatever name, this brilliance that has been created. We bring youth together, and we put out simply slats of wood, 2x4s, 2-inch by 4-inch pieces of wood. Those woods are then pre-painted. We then put out text on peace, love, brotherhood, unattributed, but texts that are taken from the Christian tradition, texts that are taken from the Quran, texts that are taken from the Torah, and they're placed out on sheets, and youth come together, Jews, Christians, and Muslims, and those children find a text that resonates with them, and then they write that text out in whatever form or fashion and articulate that text in art on these pieces of wood. Then they're often shocked when we go into discussion that the Jewish young man or the Jewish young woman has found a text that resonates most with them, that is maybe from the gospel or maybe from the Quran, opening up to the understanding that there is a truth that is shared amongst people, and that the text is only a bridge, like the Alliance of Virtue says, to bring us in harmony one with the other. And what do they do with those pieces of wood that are then done? Later, they come together and they build peace benches. Those peace benches sit in front of churches, synagogues, and mosques in order to remind people, sit down, face one another. Because we are told in our great sacred tradition that the only place that God resides is between the faces of the cherubim on the holy ark, that teaching us that panim el panim, face to face, we will learn to do this. So the Alliance of Virtue, developed by Sheikh Ben Baya and a number of writers who are on this very call, is a call to us, is a call to action and to practical application. And I say, if I'm not for myself, who will be for me? If I'm only for myself, who am I? But most important, if not now, when? Thank you. I can't hear Dr. Mohammed.
There you go.
So it's indeed Rabbi Lustig, if it's not now but now it's then. But thank you so much for your remarkable opening remarks and address here. And you actually took us so far talking about all of this practical ideas and your own work on your own congregation. So that's really very helpful to hear from you. We will definitely give you the opportunity later on the in the question and answers period to even expand further on these practical ideas that you mentioned. And but thank you so much for your remarks this morning. I want to go quickly to my good friend, Pastor Bob Roberts. Pastor Bob Roberts is the senior global pastor for Northwood Church here in Dallas, Texas, here in the United States. But Bob Roberts also, is considered to be, one of the founders for the Alliance of Virtue. So he participated from the beginning, from the Marrakesh Declaration. So he followed all the progress and the development until we get into the new Alliance of Virtue. So he basically knows it all. So Pastor Roberts, thank you so much for joining us this morning, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mohammed. It's an honor to be with you. I bring greetings to Sheikh Ben Baya and to all the other panelists that are here, along with the government of the Emirates, and very grateful to be here, excited to be here today. And so thank you for this. Frankly, this has been an incredible panel. Bill Vinley, that was incredible how you were describing the differences between rights and virtues in the world that we live in. And Bruce, your practical application was just over the top, really good. So I'm going to follow in that vein, hopefully bring as much value to the conversation, we'll see. But I would like to just move in the process of, so what does that look like and how do we work together? I think what Bill spoke about with reference to the world that we find ourselves in and the security of rights versus the fear of virtues. And then I think what Bruce talked about with reference to what the world looks like and all the crises that we're facing. Let me just put one other thing on the table, if I could. In case no one has observed, we're very polarized. In my country right now, we're more polarized than we've ever been before. We live in cancel culture. So if you're a Democrat and you speak about the Republicans, you cancel them. If you're a Republican, you speak about the Democrats, you cancel them. We cancel religions. We cancel so many things. And that's not, for the world that we live in, where it is globalized and people are migrating like never before, we're at a massive transition point, and we have got to learn to relate to one another, or we're in a mess. And the crises that we're facing now in my country, in America, even the pandemic has been politicized, so that we're actually picking our experts, which to listen to. And many of those experts are being driven by political issues of those that hire them, employ them, and so forth and so on. This is not sustainable for our world. we as faith leaders have an opportunity to make a difference here. And I think one of the things that we have to come to is understanding, do we bring value to one another? If our religion merely brings value to our own tribe, it's not going to work. Now, I'm an evangelical. We would be considered as exclusivist. And so for us to get evangelicals to the table and others, what we had to do was to reframe some vocabulary so there would be a sense of security where they didn't feel like they were giving up their theology or what they believe. But here's the question. Is there value that evangelicals are bringing to the rest of the world, Jews, Muslims, and alike? That's a critical question, because if we're not, then not only do we not bring value, but we do the opposite. Sometimes we take the fissures that are present, we make them far worse. And I have been studying, now I'm nervous talking about this with Rabbi David Rosen, who's a tremendous scholar, and Bruce as well, in Judaism. But I've been studying a lot about Judaism lately. In evangelicalism, there is this view that says that God tried to make everything work with the Jews. He gave up and went to the Christians. Now that's one view. But there is another view, one that I hold, is that God has been working since the creation of the world, and he worked through the Jews, and we as Christians have joined in that work as a blessing to the nations, and Muslims as well. Now, let me explain to you what I mean. I love that Bill Vinley read the values that the Apostle Paul wrote about in what we call, as Christians, the fruit of the Spirit. But I read through the Bible every year. So that means 80% of the time I'm in the Hebrew scriptures, what we Christians call Old Testament. Isaiah 49:6 said, "It is too light of a thing that you should be my servant, to raise up the tribes of Jacob and to bring back the preserved of Israel. I will make you as a light for the nations, that my salvation may reach to the ends of the earth." I've thought a lot about that phrase, a light to the nations. And in a very real way, the Jews have been a light to the nations. Now you may say, how can that be? There's only close to 16 million now. We're finally getting to the point pre-Holocaust, and it's taken that many years to make up the difference from the lives that were lost in the Holocaust. But how can that be, since so few believe that? It's interesting to me, you've got 40 million Kurds living in at least 5 different countries dispersed. You've got 65 million Pashtuns living in at least 4 countries dispersed. You have had the Jews dispersed throughout the whole earth. And frankly, no one has made a greater contribution to science, economics, government. I mean, just look at all of it than the Jewish people. They were not a light just for the Jews, but to the nations as well. Genesis 12:12 is very important to the Jewish people. To us as Christians, it's important. It's where God says, speaking to Abraham, says, "I will make of you a great nation, and I will bless you and make your name great so that you will be a blessing." Now, I like Genesis 12:12, the promise of Abraham and the nation of Israel. But I've got to be honest, I love Genesis 17:4 a lot better, because listen to what it says. God is speaking to Abraham again. "Behold, my covenant is with you, and you will be a father of a multitude of nations. No longer shall your name be called Abram, but your name shall be called Abraham." Okay, guys, it's your fault. You brought us all into it. So all of these nations that exist, think about it. When we think about Israel being a light to a nation, a preacher like me, what do I think about? I think about religion. Well, since I'm an evangelical and I disagree with the Jews, then that's not relevant, but it really is. Why? Because Jews have brought value throughout the entire domains of all of society. Here's what else is exciting. The Jews have a concept of covenant community that Jonathan Sachs taught me so much as I've read his books and have been so sad about his passing, because that man impacted me profoundly. So the whole concept of covenant and how we live together beyond constitution goes back to what Bill Vinley was talking about. So legal law, as in a constitution, is insufficient for us to survive. It takes covenant. And so Israel was a covenant nation. So the ideal was you had to move beyond the family based on your biology. Abraham had a wife, children, so forth. You had to move beyond tribes, which defined culture. And now you had to move to a nation and ultimately nations, which imply citizenship. And this is a huge discussion. What does it mean to live as common citizens in the world? What are the implications of that? And we share in that. I think to some degree, my Jewish brothers may disagree with that, with what I'm about to say, but I believe that in a sense, Jews being a light to the nations is fulfilled not just through their responsibility to the whole of the world, but what we Christians have done in the positive things that we've done to make a difference in the world. And the Muslim community has the concept of Ummah, which means there is this whole world that exists together. Now, it's fascinating if you understand Muslims believe that we Christians and Jews are Muslims of the books. Our values and virtues really do line up. And Bill Vinley read those and clarified them incredibly well. I don't think the goal should be for a religion to dominate the world. That's up to God. I do think the goal should be for every religion to be a blessing to the world. So the question is not, what do I do to spread my religion? The question is, what do I do for my faith to be a blessing to the whole world? And so we start with the documents that Bruce excellently extolled. We start with Marrakesh. We've got to understand what the rights are. We come to the Alliance of Virtue that says, now this is how we're going to live together. And next we move to the practical application where we build a new narrative. So Jews have your stories, we Christians have our stories, the Muslims have your story. It's time for us to build our story without denigrating or taking away from the personal stories that I believe about Jesus or that Muslims would believe about the Prophet Muhammad. How do we do that? As a matter of fact, biblically speaking, as a conservative Christian, I've come to the conclusion that if we're not building a shared story, we are not following the scriptures in the New Testament, because they're very clear that we should respect other peoples, tongues, tribes, and nations. So when we move to the alliance, the next step is, so how do we live that out? And Bruce talked about that and in the practical application. So let me just give you one. The work that Bruce has talked about has now spread into 23 cities in the US, representing over about 600,000 now aggregate congregates, and it continues to grow. This next year, we'll be adding another 6 cities, and it's growing frankly fast and is very challenging for us right now to keep up, but not just here. So we began to do it in some places around the world. We were invited to come to Uzbekistan. Uzbekistan, the United States has been on a list called Country of Particular Concern. So the US government would designate a country as being the worst of religious freedom violations. That country has been on that list. Last week, it was taken off that list. One of the reasons it was taken off that list is people that I work with have begun to focus, especially the Templeton Foundation, on how do we go in and bring the actors together. Once the laws are passed, how do we then build the relationships? So me, David Saperstein, Imam Majid, we went to Uzbekistan, and for the first time ever, we brought together Muslims, Christians, and Jews. And there's a very small Jewish community in Tashkent, but they were present. And so we brought all 3 of those faiths together, and we took them through the process. And it was interesting. During the event, me and Majid and David would laugh and have fun together. And the Muslims pulled Majid off and said, how can you be such good friends with this man? He's a Christian and you talk to him like your brother. And the pastors were doing the same thing to me. Bob, these are Muslims. They've given us a hard time. How can you be such friends? And that stunned them. So as we took them through the process that Bruce and others have been through, and they were experiencing that together, at the end of the second day, The Muslims from a particular city wanted to take out the Christians from a particular cities. Now, these are clerics. They ate with them. And the next morning they got up early. And the story is that they began to talk back and forth about how they had a completely wrong view of Christians. And the Christians had been persecuted, frankly, even more than the Muslims, not just from the Soviets, but there was a nervousness about Christians in Tashkent. The Muslims, the imams, apologized to the pastors and said, we have not understood you. We have not known you. The reason some of you have not gotten your certification and registration is because we stopped it. So right then and there, they begin to help the churches get built. I keep getting news articles from Uzbekistan, pictures of pastors and imams, where the imams are going before the city council on behalf of the pastors so their churches can be recognized. We're going back to Tashkent, but to all of Uzbekistan for 3 cities. Kazakhstan has invited us right next door to come and do the same thing. We'll be going to Sudan, we'll be going to Pakistan and Nigeria as soon as COVID allows us to. And here's what it's built around. It's not built around theological understanding as much as it is human relationships. And when we get to that point of doing that, it can make a massive difference. What do we do in that retreat? We show them the Marrakesh. This is religious freedom. This is from the Quranic documents. This is what religious freedom is about. What do we show them? The lines of virtue. Here are the virtues and the values that we live by. And we just scratched the surface. I think the greatest activity yet to be seen, and I would agree with what Bruce said, it's with the youth, it's with women, it's with all the domains of society. One last story and I'll stop. Recently, I was contacted by a very small group of businessmen whose companies would represent about 51% of the world's economy. I don't know how they heard about what we did, but they did. And their question was, Bob, we're concerned about morality in the world. And we were just thinking, if we could connect with Jewish and Muslim business leaders around the world, what could we do to promote morality through advertising and media? Now, that's not even on my list of how to make a difference in the world. But they begin to think on their own, what could we do? And so the thing that I would say that I'm most excited about is the doors are open to make the world different. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Pastor Bob Roberts, really for your remarks here. And now, you will have another concept that you can also use in your retreat, whether here it's in the United States or around the world, this concept of the passenger of the ship. This is a new concept added again and introduced by Sheikh bin Bayyah to be added to the Marrakesh Declaration and to the Alliance of Virtue and to, this notion of the passenger of one ship. The entire globe is the passenger in that ship. And I was really also very pleased to hear, the Christian evangelical perspective in these virtues and how these virtues and values should really be extended to the whole, humanity. I mean, that's really a very powerful, notion you just presented here. Thank you so much. We will definitely have more time for you, Pastor Roberts, to expand more on a practical, ideas and programs that you are doing. But I want to just move forward to our really, world-known speaker here. Rabbi David Rosen is joining us from Jerusalem. Rabbi Rosen is currently serving as the International Director of Interreligious Affairs for the American Jewish Committee. And Rabbi Rosen also is in the executive committee of the Religions for Peace International. So Rabbi Rosen, we're you are known in the world, and your efforts in the advancing interreligious collaboration is really well known as well. So thank you for joining us, and please, the floor is yours.
شكرا جزيلا Dr. Mohammed. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It is a great honor for me to be able to join you from Jerusalem, Al-Quds al-Sharif, to send you my blessings from here in my study in the Holy City. And I would like to express my deep appreciation and identification with all the wonderful contributions that have preceded me by my colleagues on the panel. Very interesting, the focus of Pastor Bob's presentation. And in addition to all the important quotations he referred to, I would refer to one more that links his comments up with those that preceded him, especially by Rabbi Bruce, which is which is Genesis 18:19, which says, where God is presented as saying, "For I have known him, Abraham, that he will instruct his children and his household after him, that they will follow the way of the Lord to do justice and righteousness." So the way of the Lord, the path of justice and of righteousness, is the godly path. And Judaism, of course, which is, as Christianity and Islam affirms, not just that there is one force behind the cosmos, but that force is a moral force. The character of God is the character of justice, righteousness, mercy, compassion, love, and goodness. And therefore, if we do not follow those values, we are not truly God-fearing. We do not represent the divine in the world unless that is the way we live. That is the fundamental message of the biblical revelation, reiterated within Christianity and Islam, each according to their own particular way. And that sense, not only of what ethical monotheism is, but also the sense of human solidarity is created throughout the pages of Scripture. And what's really interesting is that Sheikh bin Baz's metaphor, that's the image that he has utilized here within this conference that Dr. Mohammed Al-Sanusi has just referred to, is similarly referred to in almost a 2 millennia old midrash, in which the ancient Hebrew sages, the ancient Jewish sages, describe in the imagery, as I say, almost 2,000 years ago, of a people together in a boat. And of course, in those days, they didn't have two-story boats or ships or liners. It was a boat, one little boat, in which a man starts making a hole underneath his seat. And the others say to him, "What are you doing?" And he says to them, "It's not your business. This is my seat, and I'm making the hole under my seat." And they say, "But we are all in this boat together. If you make the hole under your seat, we will all drown." And that is the ancient Jewish metaphor by the sages of the Talmud of the importance of us understanding human solidarity, that nobody can say, "All I care about is my seat," because your seat is inextricably bound up with others, because we are all literally in the same boat. And that, of course, that idea of our common destiny that Pastor Bob articulated, and which perhaps for many Christians is new, is exactly what the great Maimonides in the 12th century indicated about the universal message of Christianity and of Islam, that Jesus and the Prophet Muhammad come to bring these essential truths to humanity as a whole. And those are the principles we need to affirm. We need to understand that contrary to the way we have misbehaved in history, we are not competitors. We are brothers and sisters in a common responsibility for human society at large. And there is no doubt in my mind that even if other recent declarations of interreligious importance from the Middle East, from notable events, have received more attention for whatever reasons, the New Alliance of Virtue is the most significant text, the most significant declaration to have been issued from within the Arab Muslim world in recent times, both in terms of the goals of promoting peace globally and in combating the violent abuse of religion and in promoting interreligious and social harmony. Sheikh bin Baz has, of course, initiated other important declarations, and I too was privileged to have been in Marrakesh, where the 2016 declaration was issued based on the historic Charter of Medina. And this, of course, addressed first and foremost the social moral obligations and responsibilities towards non-Muslims within and by the Muslim world itself. But precisely because the new alliance of virtue is rooted within a Muslim narrative that precedes Islamic divine revelation, and which appeals to a moral ethos rooted in a universal understanding of what is virtuous and righteous, it has the powerful capacity to transcend particular religious and cultural identities and resonate with people of different religious confessions and of none. The importance of this cannot be overestimated, for we live today in a world in which diversity is the norm to greater or lesser degree. This will only intensify in our global village as it increasingly gets smaller. Aside from the moral undesirability, it is not possible to effectively function in isolation and ignorance of one another, let alone under the domination of one tradition or another. As is well known, the recent few years ago Pew study indicated that 84% of our world sees religion as of significant central importance to their lives. And even in the 16% that does not, very many people look to religious leaders and teaching for moral guidance. Perhaps the most dramatic example of this is Pope Francis, who has become something of a superstar precisely in the secular world and amongst groups who do not profess any kind of religiosity, indicating how much there is a yearning for religious leadership and symbols and personalities to show the way forward for humanity at large. At the same time, population movements and trends have meant that even within Western Europe and North America, where the influence of many religious communities that were once dominant has diminished dramatically, new populations have established themselves within those countries. Many, if not most of these, have come with strong cultural and religious identities which they desire to maintain. Because religion seeks to give meaning to our understanding of who we are, it is inextricably bound up with the components of human identity. And when identities feel imperiled in any way, there is a natural recourse to the religious resources of those identities. This comprehension helps us understand why and how religion is so often and so easily abused. This abuse poses a challenge not only to those who are the object of it, but also to the traditions which are themselves abused in the process. It was precisely in order to address this challenge that the Forum for the Promotion of Peace in Muslim Societies was founded, and statements like the Marrakesh Declaration formulated. Recognition of this challenge has also led to extensive efforts to combat, both through technology and education, the perverted ideologies that foster bigotry, extremism, violence, and destruction. However, at the same time, the world at large and the West in particular has begun to realize that if the abuse of religion is often the problem, the solution cannot be to avoid religion, because then you will only ensure a boomerang. If we do not want the abuse of religion to be part of the problem, we have to ensure that religion is part of the solution. And this has slowly led to initiatives from secular governments and international institutions to engage religious actors in a constructive manner. And the COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted both our global interdependence and at the same time how global threats can be manipulated for dangerous conspiracy theories, scapegoating, and avoiding human responsibility. The new alliance of virtue is not only an essential vehicle of ethical guidance for Muslim societies to apply in relation to non-Muslims, but it offers the secular world, our world at large, and governments a unique tool with which to combat the abuse of religion in their societies and with which to promote a civil society that respects people's religious attachments and which advances the dignity and liberties of all persons. And therefore, I believe, will discuss, I believe Dr. Mohammed will lead that in the direction, ways in which it is essential for us to ensure that this document goes beyond the circle of those of us who are involved in this to become a truly globally recognized trailblazer and plan of action for the betterment of human society and for the global interreligious collaboration to that end. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Rabbi Rosen. Very powerful presentation. And thank you so much for your description, particularly to this Alliance of Virtue documents as a most important and significant document that produced in the Middle East in the recent history. That's really a powerful description. And as I was listening to Sheikh bin Baya's framework speech in the first day, and he focused his remarks on the authentic saying of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and the saying and the hadith, we call it, of the passenger of the boat, of the passengers of the ship. So when I was hearing you now, as if you are exactly quoting the authentic hadith that was quoted by Sheikh bin Bay a couple of days ago, exactly the same notion of those who are in the lower deck. If they dig a hole in the lower deck, then the ship will sink, and everyone will be suffering. So exactly the same notion, and this clearly shows the similarities that we have in our various traditions as well. Back to you, Bob Roberts. Earlier, you also in your own readings, of the scripture, whether it is the Quran or the Torah or all of this, from your reading, you came to an interesting conclusion, and that is we call it in the Muslim tradition in Islam, this is the order of the revelation that we see. So you talked about, Judaism, and you basically found the virtues and values from your own reading. And then you also, read all the New and Old Testaments. And now you are reading the Quran, and you can see that order of revelation is really quite, coherent, in advancing these values. So really, thank you so much for everyone. We gonna open for question and answers here. And to our audience, please feel free to ask question, using the chat box. Feel free to send your questions. We already starting getting questions, and I also prepared my own questions as well. But I want to begin by a question that came to us from the UK, from a great scholar, Dr. Usama Hassan. And the question is directed to you, Dr. William Vindley. But of course, the panel is welcome to contribute there at all. The question says, what do you make of the new discourse justifying lack of virtue by criticizing virtue promotion as virtue shaming? So that's really a very loaded question, I would say, but let's unpack it.
Well, first of all, thank you. First of all, let me thank the fellow panelists and you, Mohammed, for getting us started in such a thrilling way to me. The question is a wonderful question. Some of us, myself included, have spent decades in intergovernmental environments. Let's mention the UN in particular, but we also have secular governments that we have experience with. And here, and I'm going to come directly to my own answer, I'm just setting it up. Here we see this attempt again and again to try to make rights serve as both legs, as if rights alone are going to solve the many grievances that we're all concerned about. A particular poet, T.S. Eliot, caricatured this by speaking about systems so pure that no one need be moral anymore, as if you could sort of legislate equality and that would suffice, or that you could just legislate justice and that would suffice. Those are important, very deeply important. But the insight behind the little paraphrase that I made is that only the virtuous societies actually are the ones who will respect the rights, and that the cultivation of virtue and the actual respect for rights go hand in hand. Now, I think that the distinguished questioner is pointing out a phenomena that we can see in extreme arbitrary individualistic freedom, where freedom is understood in a way that is very different from the way the religious traditions have understood freedom. Freedom is understood from a religious point of view as something almost capricious, almost I can do anything I wish. And don't you tell me what I should be doing with my freedom so long as I don't hurt you. And so it's a very minimal notion of freedom, whereas the religious understanding of freedom is ultimately the yielding back, the assent, the saying yes to the very way God has created and summons us. And so the virtues in that sense are understood by the religious tradition as deeply rooted in and responsive to reality itself, very much the way Rabbi David Rosen was speaking about the theistic understanding of the intrinsically moral character of reality. Now, where that view isn't shared, where that's just seen as an arbitrary view, the virtues that are linked with cultivating ourselves so that we would be in touch with reality and fold the very reality that we are seen as an imposition, as a suppression of my narrow and individualistic freedom. Now, that's a difficulty that modernity has. And modernity is shy about telling us a positive notion of what our freedom is, that we're made to love, that we're made to care, made to be merciful one to the other. And here I think, yes, of course, philosophical debates are terribly important, but here I think we go back to what Bruce and Bob Roberts were pointing to so importantly. Here, believing Muslims, Jews, and Christians must teach the truthfulness of virtue by their living virtuous lives and by their being in an alliance of virtue and demonstrating that, and Bruce Lustig, Rabbi Lustig, I'm coming back to you, that the truthfulness of virtues is manifest in the difference they make, the difference of building up a good world and nurturing other people to cultivate themselves as good people. The remarkable thing about virtue language is that we don't just do good things, we become, to at least degrees, good people, the way God has called us to be. We're very imperfect and we confess it. Humility is a virtue itself. So we're in this dilemma where previously in our pre-modern societies, there would have been a consensus about virtue, a consensus about what it would mean to become a good person. Long, hard, uphill walk with lots of stumbles as we try to walk up the hill. Today, that consensus doesn't exist. And so the alliance of virtue, which is a free alliance, is not oppressing anyone, is all the more precious, and that it manifests itself as the difference it makes in respecting rights, in advancing justice, in caring for each other, is the critical way that we can transact the discourse in the wider world, even though many of us would have very strong theological and philosophical justifications for the truthfulness of this. Our first expression of it is in our performance of it. And there we draw strength from each other, and are encouraged by each other and rejoice that we see the virtues most dear to us present in one another's own tradition. So that's a first little response. It's a huge topic. It's a brilliant question, wonderful question. And the summary of what I've just said is that without virtuous people, human rights will never be respected.
Correct. Thank you, Dr. Windley. Anyone would like to add to what Dr. Windley? I see Rabbi Rosen, you are unmuted. If you wanna.
Sorry, I didn't even realize that, and I do not think that I can in any way embellish Dr. Wendley's wonderful answer. And thank Imam Hassan for having asked the question.
Yes, indeed. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. It's an important question, and Dr. Windley, you clearly what you have said. I mean, it is also resonating with really Islamic, understanding of this virtue and how we could, live our virtues in our own lives. And we have a number of authentic hadith also, mentioned that Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, himself said that he was really sent to human being to complete those notion of, of ethics and virtues, and how we should be virtual in our own, lives and dealing as well. I want to really move forward, and I'm going to present a question to all of you. And this is something that is, we're talking about these practical ideas of how we can actualize the Alliance of Virtue document itself. And the Sheikh Abdullah bin Bayy, in his framework speech, he actually gave specific recommendations and examples, a number of them, but one that really stood out to me, and particularly in this era of we're facing as a global community with this pandemic. He called on countries around the world to collaborate. Particularly, he called upon the rich countries to support those who are poor. And he also said that, it needs to be kind of a way to provide and make the vaccine itself for the common good. And he even went further to call on rich countries to actually forego or, reduce the debt of the poor countries so that they are able to develop and thrive. So these are practical questions, practical ideas and recommendations that he presented yesterday. Now, to all four of you, how we can use the Alliance of Virtue in a practical way to address issues that came up with the pandemic. And some of you actually mentioned those. We see the poverty is increasing. We see, refugees. We see domestic violence. We see all of this hate and all of that because of the pandemic. So how these documents, the Alliance of Virtue, could be used to basically alleviate some of these sufferings. Anyone would like to jump in? Most welcome.
So I'll just give you a couple of practical things we're seeing here in the States, Mohammed. In the pastor, imam, rabbi gatherings that we do, many of those cities are doing feeding projects together because there's a serious issue of food insecurity that about 60 million Americans have. And if our Congress does not come up with a plan in the next few days, it's going to get a lot worse. We have literally millions of people that are going to be on the streets unless something is done immediately. And so right now, the whole focus of pastors and imams and rabbis in the States is, what are we doing to feed? What are we doing to house? How are we practically working together? And it's being driven by grassroots decisions. It's not the kind of thing you can do, here's the national plan to do that, because different cities have different policies on feeding people. You have food banks. There's all kind of complex, believe it or not, laws and helping poor people, which really frustrates me. I wish they'd make it a lot easier, but they don't. So I think that's how the Alliance of Virtue works. Are we going to look at a person and say, well, they're my religion, so I'll help them, or they're not? Or I'm going to help them because maybe I can talk them into becoming my religion. I've been saying, I taught at our church. Our church has worked in Vietnam for 26 years. Simply this: serve not to convert, serve because you've been converted. And so the whole idea is bringing value. I really think this is a big deal, that for religion to have respect and credibility on the world stage, it really has to bring value to the whole of society, not just its own adherents. So those are some practical things that are being done.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Rabbi Rosen.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mohammed. I don't know to what extent Sheikh bin Bayyah and has sought to bring the new Alliance of Virtue to the attention of global governments, but that is surely the most imperative responsibility now, because the last thing we want is for this important document to remain purely an object of literary interest and no more. And therefore, it is critical that Sheikh bin Bayyah leads delegations to meet with key governments, with key international organizations, to present the document, the new Alliance of Virtue, to them. And doing so together with major Christian and Jewish personalities. And of course, these can and should vary from one part of the world to another. Itself serves as an enormous testimony. It serves as a dramatic testimony that this is not just a document of print on paper, but is something that seeks to bring about human understanding, cooperation, and unity for the benefit of humanity. That collaboration with this document of virtue, this Alliance of Virtue, needs to be able to translate into action is of critical importance, because what we've seen in COVID-19, as has been mentioned, is the actual abuse of religion and has been the alienation. I refer to stereotypes, conspiracy theories, the promotion of hate. We have to combat that. Nothing does it more powerfully than the visual images of a sheikh, of a pastor, a bishop, a rabbi being together for a common goal and therefore common commitment. So there needs to be therefore a clear strategic plan of action of delegations that will go to, whether it's the European Union, whether it's the United Nations, whether it's to the White House, to ask for meetings, to ask them at the highest level, but to be satisfied with those that even are not at the highest level, in order to be able to bring our message across. There is also the importance of collaboration. So Dr. Wendley is the illustrious, as mentioned, former Secretary General of Religions for Peace and now Emeritus Secretary General. Under his leadership, Religions for Peace forged not only a network of religious leadership, but a women's council and a youth council. Now, to try to create youth coming together and reinvent the wheel is really a waste of these incredible resources. And you've got organizations like CAICID, which are working, therefore, with the Scouts movement around the world. Therefore, the Alliance of Virtue needs to work together with Religions for Peace and with CAICID in order to be able to ensure that the document becomes known, both among youth organizations in the world, the women's organizations in the world. There should even be, therefore, a request that comes together with making it known. Can you bring this to the attention of your elected officials, that they should see this as a charter for action, and therefore to enlist that collaboration? If we don't take that initiative, then unfortunately it will remain a wonderful document on paper. We need to ensure that it's translated into action with the decision makers and the power brokers in our world.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Rabbi Rosen. I see Bruce, you want to also contribute to that, which is really critical here. Rabbi Rosen, you really answered the question that I had it in my list, and how to engage policymakers into this, but you definitely answered that. Rabbi Listic, please.
So I'm going to respectfully disagree. I believe that the world tells us that we're in a different paradigm. The paradigm is that that world leaders and governments have failed and failed us immensely. And I don't believe that, and I also believe the institutions that you're talking about in terms of that are traditional institutions have undermined the trust because they're part and parcel, if you will, of the establishment. I do not believe that I believe the text that William Venderly started with is that this is concentric circles that are going to be from the starts from the individual and individual responsibility. Kol Yisrael Arvim Zebazeh is all of Israel's responsible for one another. There is no more greater lesson than the world has seen in these last 9 months than the fact that we are simply responsible for one another, and that personal action contributes to. It is not what governments say or do or policies. It is what we choose to do, whether we follow or not follow particular things. So I'm not saying that we shouldn't reach out to them, but I think the common part of this, the value is sharing. I don't think it's incumbent upon governments to pay, and this is where we let down, because in America and in places where if we took the food that we had in our own refrigerators, in our own tables that we don't use, and we have the concept of simply sharing and not wasting, the world would be in a very different place. So I think that I believe that the virtue, its greatest potential is its grassroots. And I don't disagree with bringing it to governments, but I think it should be proliferated. I would rather see Sheikh Ben Baya spend his time coming and meeting and gathering with a group of youth and listening to those youth, an open forum on that. I would rather have religious leaders coming and talking about and joining hand in hand. I think the things that Bob is talking about in pastors and imams and rabbis responding to the food crisis is because they understand now more than ever about what we do and what we have and what privilege is, and that privilege is not exclusive, but that privilege is part of that. We have a responsibility to the common weal. In my own congregation, we always have a program called Sunday Stuffings. We have this crazy tradition called Thanksgiving, where we give thanks that we're representing the pilgrims coming back for actually what was probably Sukkot, and coming and doing a feast. The reality is that we pivoted and made that virtual. People picked up bags and brought bags in. We distributed over 568 bags, one congregation, okay? Where if you take that, each of those bags represented 10 meals. That's over 5,000 people being fed in just one day. So our potential is really in what the individual. I think that the reason that the Alliance of Virtue talks to individual responsibility and personal responsibility, and I don't think we should ignore that part of it. We may be in a boat, but somebody has to choose to get in the boat. We are inextricably part, this pandemic teaches us, of one human family that shares a common DNA in the sense of the common understructure of human beings. And therefore, what any human being does has an effect on us. Ayn Rand's philosophy of the autonomous individual really does not exist anymore in terms of that. De Tocqueville's understanding of America and looking about our autonomy. If you look at the way governments are going and the way our youth are responding and taking to the streets, they are not wanting traditional answers to traditional problems. Those have failed them. So I respectfully disagree and see this as a time for the Alliance of Virtue really to be made a grassroots opportunity. Thank you.
Another proof that if you have two Jews, you have three opinions, and especially if they are rabbis.
Well, I mean, that is true also. I'm pretty sure Rabbi Rosen in different traditions also and clergies. But Bruce, a combination of both.
Absolutely.
is really, that's making even powerful because we understand that when multilateralism and governments, getting behind a specific, initiative, it gives that positive push, even for the grassroots, communities to be more energized about it. And we have seen this in the Marrakesh Declaration, for instance, when President Obama appreciated the declaration the day when the declaration was issued in Marrakesh, and he appreciated that made a huge difference. Similarly, when the United Nations appreciated and recognized the document, and so that definitely helped the grassroots. And then, Bruce, just let's be real. I mean, when you look into a number of governments around the world, they really, or a number of communities and populations, they listen to their governments. They take it seriously. But I'm sure Dr. William Bindley has a lot of experience on this particular topic, and he actualized so many declarations. So, Dr. Bindley.
Well, thank you. And I think it's terribly important that the values that Rabbi David and Rabbi Bruce were speaking about are both terribly important, and they're really not at all at war with one another. So we can recognize temporal priorities about how we're going to tackle one or the other, but because we are communal people, we fundamentally are social, and a part of our sociality at a very high level is that we're political. We belong to communities that organize themselves as states and so forth. Look, 3 years ago, the Secretary General of the United Nations gave his address to the opening of the then General Assembly. And if one goes back and look at addresses of Secretaries General and is attentive to the language they use to deal with the crises they're trying to bring the world's government's attentions to, you'll see that the language is always in a rights frame. But 3 years ago, the Secretary General added a category, and he added the category of solidarity. You would have a hard time finding that word used in previous Secretary General's addresses to General Assemblies. Now, that word solidarity is also resonant with the biggest project that the United Nations has, which is the Sustainable Development Goals, which recognizes it's an entire family, which goes back to David's recovery of the boat and the person drilling the hole under their own seat. That's now emerging, not simply in moral terms, and in some cases it's just coming because it's empirically true, pragmatically true. People recognize we're not going to make it unless we make it together. Look, Abrahamic followers have known this morally, not just pragmatically. So I think that it's imperative that we have a holistic vision. Of course, Rabbi Bruce Lustig is right. Virtues start with our training as children, the way we work in our families, how we will live in our neighborhoods, how we're going to function in our towns, on up to being global citizens. But our governments, our economic systems, are parts of the common good. And if we don't have virtue brought to the fore in appropriate forms of civic virtue, in our political order, our economic order, then we're over-depending on individual virtue. We can't over-depend on rights. We need a holistic package here. And so the two rabbis are doing us a great service, as rabbis do, to illustrate utterly essential dimensions of a unified vision of an alliance of virtue. So I applaud them both, but I want both.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Bindley. You getting us into this compromised, kind of ways of moving forward here. But I want to turn to you, Pastor Bob Roberts. And, Bob, you work with both. I know that quite well. You work with government and you also a grassroots person. So tell us, how these two models could work together and basically to advance the Alliance of Virtues, notion, as well as all of these virtues that we have been talking about.
I teach our young pastors there's two reasons that you stand before a king or prime minister or president. I get this out of Proverbs. I won't bother to read the scriptures, but let me just say to the two rabbis here, man, your scribes did a good job. And Proverbs taught me more about diplomacy and the book of Esther, because I grew up a very grassroots, normal, everyday pastor. And so I was not used to meeting with world leaders and so forth. I had to learn it on the fly. But here's what I learned from the book of Proverbs. There's two reasons you stand in front of a king or a leader. Number one is because you're being introduced. You're part of a delegation. And you have to really think hard if you want to be a part of that delegation. Because in the mind of the people, once you're introduced in that delegation, you'll be tied, for good or bad, to that delegation. And that's the reason that most people meet a king. But there's really another reason that you ought to meet a king, and that's this, that you serve the subjects of the kingdom so well that the king requests a meeting. And that's happened to us in different countries. A lot of pastors will say, Bob, how do you meet with leaders? I said, don't try. Go in and serve the people where you're going. Doesn't matter if you're cleaning toilets or you're helping build corrals for water buffaloes. Serve the people. Do it consistently. Don't worry how big the project is. Just do it consistently, and you will. And so my response would be, yes, you've got to work with both. But I do think, so I wouldn't separate the two. I don't think Bruce would separate the two either. I think the key, though, that what Bruce is saying, that frankly, now guys, you got to understand, Bruce and I are congregational leaders. So we're going to have a little bit different perspective here, okay? We as congregational leaders, frankly, feel like it's the grassroots that bring the change. I know a very significant DC lobbyist. He says he knows of no political leader that's ever started a movement. They generally jump out in front of some grassroots thing that everybody else is doing, and they get in front of the parade and carry their banner. So what I would say is, what enough attention has not been given to is the grassroots. I would agree with that. And I think the reason for that is we don't always know how to connect with one another. The way a scholar approaches information and the way somebody like a cleric like me approach information is very different. The scholar's question or the person who deals in government is, how are we going to get the law passed? How consistent is the chain of thought? Whereas if you're a pastor or a rabbi like Bruce or an imam like Majid, you hear from the masses. So the question becomes, how do we deal with polarization? And I think part of the problem is in the masses, I'm speaking from personal experience. I would go to many things where the intellectuals would speak. Man, I felt left out. It's as if, boy, we're going to give this intellectual talk. And I'm going, yeah, that's good, but you forgot this over here. And it's what you're saying is not getting to the grassroots because of X, Y, Z. What I had to learn was this. They never could completely get in my lane, and I will never be able to completely get in their lane. Where we need to work is when laws and representation are necessary to drive the grassroots. Because here's one thing I would say. Even, let's say, intellectual elites, at the end of the day, those ideas have to be disseminated in a simple way to the grassroots. If they're not, it doesn't matter that 50 scholars are going to read a book and go, wow, that's really good. If you're going to change the world or bring about change, there's got to be that connection. I think where we're missing is we don't know how to do grassroots. And I think we as clerics have reached up, sometimes maybe in government and other things, looking for validation, expecting that to enable us to move faster at the grassroots. And frankly, I don't think they live in our world, so they don't understand that, and they can't ever give what's totally necessary. We just need to run in our lanes. That's what I've discovered. If I'll just stay in my lane, run hard, then the necessary people at the different brinks that are there will come together and we can accomplish things together. One practical illustration of what this looks like is in one particular country where we've done the retreats very quietly. We don't talk about this country. It's fascinating that this particular country has serious issues, how the whole government gets along. Well, here I've been brought into these discussions between political parties of a government, not to understand the parties. I never will. But okay, Bob, if this works in multi-faith, how can we work together with that? So it's a back and forth that goes.
Mohammed. Thank you, Bob. I see Dr. Vinley want to jump in. Yes, please.
I'll be very brief, and it's going to sound, Bob Roberts, like I'm going back into the pointed pencil sort of domain. But look, I think today we, all of us, have to be what could be called bilingual. So we have, Bruce Lustig has a rich primary language as a Jewish a child of Judaism and as a servant of his faith. But we're not all Jews. And that's true of Christians, it's true of Muslims. So today, we don't want to weaken our religious language, but we know that we're living together, and therefore we have to do something very elegant. We have to transpose it over into a public way of speaking. That's what we're doing when the three traditions are here. Yes, we have a common heritage as Abraham's children, but nevertheless, we're typically speaking in public language together. That's the language of our governments. That's the language of our intergovernmental institutions. If we don't bring the heritage of values and virtues and civic virtues into public language for public institutions, who will? That's, I think, Rabbi David's point. Who will do that? And it's not at all in contrast to the fact that the pastors among us are recognizing that enormous and foundational, irreplaceable work has to take place at the level of the grassroots and of the believers. That's obvious and true. But we've got the job of carrying the beauty, strength, and truthfulness and goodness of our traditions into the public forum in public language that can serve all of us. And that's simply a part of our job as religious people today. And that's part of the job of the Alliance, in my view.
Right. Yeah. Bruce, by Lustig.
So I agree wholeheartedly. And I when I said I disagree, I just wanted, I think this contrast is very important, but I want to frame what David said in a little bit of a different way. And I think this is what he also intended. I think when he mentioned the fact that the effectiveness, the efficacy of Pope Francis, even to the non-religious, and the efficacy of Sheikh bin Baya, even to the non-Muslim, to the Jew, to the Christian, is the fact that these are both individuals who have the type of humility and the type of virtue that actually gives them a different type of standing. And I think that's what Dr. Vinley is talking about. And I don't mind that at all. But I also think what Bob told us about, and you know, Bob speaks about this, and we've all speak about it in our own way, about the public square and what it is to have, you know, to have the public square and what we say in the public square. You know, this is really a very important and critical time, because Bob brought up the fact that we live in this, especially in our country, in the cancel culture. And this is the type of thing that would, if I would frame this, I think that this representation of Sheikh bin Baya going and speaking to leaders, it should be delegations of the three faiths, of many faiths coming, is what William was saying. And I agree wholeheartedly. But I think it's gamzeh v'gamzeh, that we have to do this and this, that there's not, you know, it's a three-legged stool. It is not going to stand if you cut off any leg of the stool. It simply needs all three of these to stand. And the virtue, which the brilliance of this is, this document has the wherewithal and has the depth to be able to hold up all three stands, three parts of it. It can be governmental, it can be personal, and it can be collective religiously. And that's the brilliance of this document. And I think that that's why we've been able to have such a rich conversation about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you,
Mohammed.
Rabbi Lustig.
Mohammed.
Yes, Pastor Roberts.
Just one quick comment. On the Alliance of Virtue document that's been out, I've had people who've read it and they've said it didn't go far enough here, or it didn't say this, or it didn't say that. I want to say clearly, no one equates the document for the Alliance of Virtue with the authority of written scriptures, be it the Hebrew scriptures, Christian scriptures, or the Quran. And so it's a start. You know, a lot of people say, well, boy, it should have pushed more for religious freedom in this context, or blasphemy laws, or take your pick. And I would not necessarily disagree with those positions. What I would say is we have to start somewhere. And I think it does a pretty good job of starting us there. So for those that would say that, I would say, would I like to see more? Should there be more? You bet. But let's celebrate that a year ago we adopted something that we're executing. It's been difficult in COVID, but we're doing the best we can to execute that. And that's the whole premise for our work around the world, is that there are values that in Uzbekistan or Sudan or Nigeria that we share that should stop the violence. Now let's focus on those. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Bob. And I'm really glad that you made it quite clear. These are religious values, and also there are customs and culture and traditions also advance peace. And I remember, you know, if I can tell you this story, Sheikh Abdullah bin Bayo also always focus on those local customs. I remember when he helped the African scholars to issue a fatwa, an opinion, an edict, to actually encourage their communities in Nigeria and Pakistan and Afghanistan to basically vaccinate their children to eradicate polio. And he said, you know, it is important to look into our own Islamic tradition in this, but also looking into the local culture and customs that promote, you know, safety and health and peace. So I'm glad you touch upon that, Pastor Roberts. You know, before we conclude, and we have about maybe 8 minutes or so, I wanted to ask an important question. And that is, nowadays, now we're happy to see the vaccine is out, and there is light at the end of that tunnel. But this notion of vaccine for the common good, and what kind of responsibility that religious actors has to basically advance this vaccine for common good. How you can, basically encourage policymaker, all of these, giant companies that are producing vaccine now. So that could be really for the common good, for those who are poor, they cannot afford it. What kind of religious, teaching and how the Alliance of Virtue that we have, the document can also help to advance that understanding. Anyone would like to jump in first? Yes,
just make a couple of comments.
Bob, please.
All right, just a couple of comments. I would say, number one, we need to model it. I like what President Obama and President Bush and
Clinton.
President Clinton, they all took a picture together that they're taking the vaccine. We're people of faith. And so I'm just going to be blunt. This is my personal opinion. You can disagree with me, those of you that are Americans that are listening. I understand the phrase America first. I don't know how Christian it is. So, I mean, I've had 2 ambassadors reach out to me and say, Bob, we need help. Can you help us? So I think as faith leaders, should we be concerned about our country? You bet we should. But we shouldn't. I like the metaphor of the ship. We're all on this ship together. And if we just don't realize, I think what David Rosen said, we're going to pull the cork out and we'll all swim together or sink together. So I do think we need to think about first responders globally, because, you know, here's the thing with this virus, if it's not contained everywhere, it's not contained anywhere. And so we need to realize we're in this together. And I think we can be a voice for those countries and peoples that are poor, that are suffering, that don't have access. Shame on us if we're not.
Great. Thank you so much. Dr. Vindley, please.
Well, I think that the religious community needs to be very mindful of its own mandate and its own strength. What I mean is this. On the moral issue, we need to be loud and clear. Typically, the religious community is not identified, there are exceptions and individuals, as the scientific community. We need to be the bridge between the best science, not science that's being manipulated or being captive to any kind of commercial interest, but the best science that we have. And then we need to be the moral bridge so that the very best science that we have is being put at the service of the entire human family. That requires discipline in understanding the unique mandate and competence of the religious communities, and to be respectful of other communities with their particular competencies. Right now, there's a great deal of mistrust all around the world in public institutions. There's a fear that science is being manipulated itself by financial interests, that it becomes a political football. The religious communities need to stand beyond that and stand radically for confidence in the deep truthfulness of science, to be able to be a servant to us, and then the bridge from science to the moral concern that would serve all of us. That requires prudence, and I think that's where we need to call ourselves as members of the religious community.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vindley. Rabbi Listic, I know that you have, you want to add, please go ahead.
No, I agree wholeheartedly, but I also think that what both Bob and Bill are speaking to is that whether we talk about a vaccine and other things as an end all, what we have, the religious community has the opportunity to talk about that we can mitigate all this by behavior. And all of our religious faiths call on us to regulate or to conduct, and the idea of virtue and what Dr. Vindley started out, the perfection of those things are by our behavior. And this is a religious and moral act to receive a vaccination, because it is not only what I do for myself, but what I do for those around me and in relationship to others. And we have to remember that, and I don't know if I've got the math or science correct, but if you have 350 million in America alone, and you have a vaccine that's only 95%, which is incredible, effective, it means you still have 17 million people that might not, if everyone got inoculated, it might not have efficacy there, which means that you have enough people that are 3 times the size of the state of Israel. I mean, it's an unbelievable amount. So the effect of people not participating really has moral consequences along with physical. And this is where I think we have to be a dugma, an example, and that we have to create this, and that we have to call on people to do this as a religious act and a moral act for the sake of our human family.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Rabbi Listic. I want to go to you, Rabbi Rosen, and also...
Of course, all the wise and important things have been said. I can only add maybe just a little comment. I note that aside from the fact that we are all males on this panel, I'm the only one. I don't know whether you have US citizenship, Dr. Mohammed, but at any rate, in terms of the panelists, everyone here is American except for me. And therefore, I would like to have, and I think a lot of the conversation has been understandably Americano-centric, and some of, therefore, the comments have reflected an American context, which is perfectly legitimate, but as much as Americans might think that they are the totality of the cosmos, we know that's not exactly the case. And I think with regards to the question of that you are raising, Mohammed, I think what's really important is that in addition to all the points, the critical points that have been mentioned, that religious leadership in particular in the world, in the communities that are privileged in one way or another, have a responsibility in accordance with the values of this Charter of Virtues, this Alliance of Virtues, to speak up on behalf of those who are voiceless or whose voices are not adequately heard. And therefore to talk about the obligation that we have, not only as Bruce mentioned earlier, to avoid waste and to ensure greater just and righteous distribution of resources, but also therefore of the means to be able to be healthy and to be able to sustain our lives. And therefore we need to have a global call, a call especially for the so-called underdeveloped world to have access to these resources and not allow like multinationals and companies that have very powerful interests to shirk the responsibility to be able to care for the needy. Above all, we need to emphasize the teaching that our religions cherish, arguably above all other teachings when it comes to our social existence, and that is the sanctity of human life, that every human being is created in divine image. Therefore, the life of every individual is sacrosanct, and that is to be the appeal. And as Bill mentioned earlier in his important response to Imam Osama Hassan from Britain, it is only religion that really can appeal to that. There can be no secular concept of the transcendence of human life. There can be various kinds of arguments, but the idea of transcendence therefore presumes that there is something transcendent. That is the essence, therefore, of religion. And that affirmation of the transcendent value of human life is the critical message that religion needs to be able to communicate at this time. And again, despite Bruce's reservation, I will go back again to hold governments responsible to that value and therefore to our responsibility for human society at large.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Rabbi Rosen. You know, our time has expired here, but I really enjoyed the discussion with all of you. And this particular session came up with practical recommendations that definitely the forum and the organizers were going to look into that. There is a need for this global advocacy led by religious leaders, talking to multilateral organizations and as well as government, as well as connecting that with the grassroots so that we can actualize this Alliance of Virtue documents. I'm really happy all of you brought it back again to this metaphor of the ship, as the passenger in, of the ship as a kind of a new concept to advance the implementation of the new Alliance of Virtue. So with that, I want to really express my appreciation and thank you, all of you individually, to you, Dr. William Vindley, to Pastor Bob Roberts, and to you, Rabbi Rosen and Rabbi Bruce Lustig. Thank you so much for this dynamic session, and we always appreciate your leadership and dedication. And to our audience, thank you for being with us, and we look forward to seeing all of you in sessions that in the future. God bless everyone. Thank you so much.
Mohammed. Thank you, Mohammed.
Thank you so much.
God bless all of you.
God bless everybody.
God bless everyone.
Be safe.
Yeah, wonderful job, Mohammed. Thank you for helping us.
Thank you. Made a huge contribution. I think we're not online anymore, I believe. Zishan could tell us that. or Jude is she appeared already, so now we're not online. I could say that.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
In the name of God,
والآن
the
مع
merciful,
فيديو
the
موجز
compassionate.
عن حفل تسليم
A
جائزة
short
الإمام
video
الحسن بن علي الدولية
for
لتعزيز
the
السلم يتلوها
ceremony
البيان الختامي
of the
لأعمال
Sheikh
الملتقى
Hassan
السابع لمنتدى
Al-Banna
تعزيز
for
السلم 2020.
Peace Prize, and it's also part of the Forum for Promoting Peace in Muslim Society 2020.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. والآن مع فيديو موجز عن حفل تسليم جائزة الإمام الحسن بن علي الدولية لتعزيز السلم يتلوها البيان الختامي لأعمال الملتقى
ceremony of handing over the Peace Prize as part of the Forum for Promoting Peace in Muslim Societies 2020.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm very happy that
مساء الخير جميعا وحياكم الله في جلسة الميلاد الجديد آفاق عالم ما بعد كورونا
the 10th session and the rebirth prospects for the post-corona world. In this 7th meeting of the Forum for Promoting Peace in Muslim Society. My name is Sulaiman Hatlan. I'm the founder and CEO of Hatlan Media, and I'm joined with an elite group of people who have experience and understanding and have participated in a number of dialogues, interfaith.
أصحاب السمو والمعالي والسعادة الحضور الكريم.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I
هذه الجلسة من
welcome you once
الملتقى
again.
السابع لمنتدى تعزيز السلم في المجتمعات
It is the
المسلمة
10th session
والذي
of this
يعقد
forum,
برعاية كريمة من سمو
which
الشيخ
is
عبد الله
under the
بن
auspices
زايد
of Sheikh
النهيان
Abdullah bin Zayed Al
وزير
Nahyan,
الخارجية والتعاون
the foreign
الدولي
minister
لدولة الإمارات العربية
of the
المتحدة
UAE and the
تحت
Minister of
شعار
Cooperation.
قيم عالم ما بعد
This session
كورونا
is entitled Rebirth
التضامن
Prospects for
وروح
the
ركاب
Post-Corona
السفينة وهو
World,
شعار يعبر
and
بصدق
the
عن
motto and
حال جميع
slogan
دول
of
العالم في
this
ظل
meeting
انتشار
is reviving
جائحة
virtues in the times of
COVID-19
Corona.
فنحن في سفينة
So
واحدة
we are all in one ship,
وعلينا أن نتكاتف معا
and we
بل لا
have to
خيار أمامنا
work
سوى
together,
العمل معا حتى نصل
and that's
إلى
our only
البر
choice
بسلام.
to get to the shore of safety.
السيدات والسادة
Ladies and gentlemen,
يقول معالي الشيخ عبد الله بن بية رئيس منتدى تعزيز السلم في المجتمعات المسلمة
president of the Forum for Promoting Peace in Muslim Society, says that this pandemic has reaffirmed this common destiny of humanity, and we've never been ever before in need of this cooperation and solidarity, because this has shown us that there's no difference between us and there's nothing to make us stand alone, be it on the basis of religion or race or gender. Ladies and gentlemen, this session, which is looking at the rebirth and the prospects for the post-corona world, on how we are going to deal with each other post the coronavirus. There are indicators of being saved or otherwise. However, there are great opportunities for us to form a better future for humanity. And here in this area, we are only an example of what could happen if there's cooperation and discussion between the diverse communities to discuss what will happen in our future. It gives me pleasure to welcome the speakers in this session, and I will start with the Chief Rabbi Ephraim, Chief Rabbi of Britain and the Commonwealth in the UK, and he is also the Rabbi of Marble Arch and Finchley's Synagogue, representing the Jewish faith in the UK, and he is considered the main voice and speaker in the United Kingdom and one of the leaders of forming the public opinion in the UK. He has a lot of contribution in terms of working towards compassion and tolerance around the world. We also have Dr. Fadi Daw, who is the chairman of the CEO and the founder of Adyan Foundation from Lebanon, and he has a PhD in theology. Before that, he had a degree from Strasbourg University in political philosophy, and he is a teacher in the Holy Spirit in Lebanon. I also welcome Dr. Amina Houti, the Chief Executive of Gems and Jewels, and also part of the Religious Council of Pakistan. She has written a book under the name Gems and Jewels in Pakistan. She also participates in formulating policies for higher education in Pakistan. And the next guest is Dr. Kelly James Clark, who's a senior researcher and a fellow at Grand Valley State University, USA. He has also received degrees from other universities, together with Dr. Tariq Ubru, who is a famous thinker and an intellectual, and he has participated positively to the enlightenment about the role of Muslims in Europe, and also has participated in a number of writings in France and a call for reconciliation between Muslims and the people of France. Ladies and gentlemen, this session will deal with three axes. We start with the first topic, entitled Towards a New Humanity, thought inspired by new spirit. And I remind the kind speakers to, as much as possible, stick to the allotted time for them to speak. And I shall give each speaker about 10 minutes. And for those who are following us, be it on the social media or any other means, I would like to tell them that we are very happy to receive your comments, interventions, proposals, suggestions, etc. And we shall be pleased to deal with it. We shall first start with the Chief Rabbi Ephraim Mirvis. Sir, you have the floor.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, I would like to apologize to my fellow panelists that immediately after my talk, I will need to leave because of some pressing commitments, particularly prior to our Hanukkah festival. I would like to start my address with words of congratulations to the leadership of the United Arab Emirates, and in particular, the President, His Highness, Sheikh Khalifa bin Zayed Al Nahyan. The Abraham Accords, which he was party to, between the United Arab Emirates and the State of Israel, are not only an agreement between two countries, they are also a significant development between two great faiths, Islam and Judaism. And for this, I applaud the United Arab Emirates, and together we celebrate not just what has been achieved, but far more significantly, what can now be achieved in the wake of these accords. I would also like to congratulate Sheikh Abdullah bin Baya for his leadership and vision, for his creation of the Alliance of Virtue, and for his role in establishing and hosting this forum. There is a beautiful spirit of peace which is evident here throughout the forum. According to Jewish teaching, nothing is of greater value than shalom, which is peace. We are encouraged by our sages to love peace and to pursue it. And it is for this very reason that it is my enormous delight and pleasure to play this role in this significant forum. In our tradition, we draw for inspiration on the biblical passage of the week in question. And this week in synagogue, we are reading from Genesis chapter 35, in which there is a great story of tragedy and loss. Rachel is just about to give birth. Her husband Jacob, of course, was to father many children, but Rachel was just to be the mother of two. And as she was giving birth to her second child, she was dying, and she knew that the child would survive. And just before she drew in her very last breath, she had a dying wish. It was the name to be given to that child. She called him Ben-Oni, meaning son of my sorrow. But immediately afterwards, once she had died, Jacob changed the name of the child to become Benjamin, meaning son of my right hand. How could he have disregarded that final dying wish of the wife he loved so much? The explanation is as follows. Had the child grown up to live a life as Ben-Oni, son of sorrow, he would continuously be immersed in the drama relating to his birth. He would continuously be taken back to his origins of pain, of suffering, origins of loss. He would probably have a negative outlook within a challenging world. Jacob didn't want that for his child. Instead, Jacob wanted his child to recognize the sadness and the pain of his origins, but to emerge from that period with strength. Son of right hand Benjamin is an indication of strength, so that not only would he derive strength, but he would be a source of strength for his people and for the world, with positivity and optimism to face a challenging world. And that's exactly what Benjamin did. He became a vehicle through which his divided family became united, a symbol of peace, optimism, and positivity. And I believe that this is the biblical advice for us right now as we are starting to emerge forwards towards our post-COVID era. Yesterday, we celebrated in the United Kingdom when the very first vaccines were given. The light at the end of the COVID-19 tunnel is now visible. And we should not emerge from COVID-19 as being the global children of sorrow, taking with us the tragedy of the pandemic. And the tragedy is so evident. So many people have passed away. So many people have been ill and are ill. So many people have lost their income. So many people are feeling alone. And there are serious mental health issues. But together with that, we notice the silver lining to these very dark, tragic clouds. Spirituality is on the increase within our challenged world. And most significantly of all, the pandemic is sending a very strong message to all of humankind. And the message is, we're all on the same side. You see, the virus is our invisible enemy, and the virus does not differentiate between people of different genders, people of different faiths, people of different races. The virus does not recognize borders. As far as the virus is concerned, we are all on the same side. God Almighty is conveying that message to us, that further to this pandemic, we need to emerge as a united team of people on earth. We are all on the same side. We need to work towards peace and unity. And I believe that there are 5 important lessons emerging from this, particularly for Muslims and Jews. The first relates to what we call mishpacha, which is family. If the whole world is all on the same side within that world, Muslims and Jews are part of the same family. And when you are part of the same family, you can often have differences of opinion. You can express different views and outlooks, but because you live under one roof, then you get on well together because you have a very close blood bond through which you always know that you're part of the same entity and you will move forward constructively. And that surely must be the guiding path for us to follow. We are mishpacha, within everybody being on the same side. We are part of the same family, having the same common ancestry. Point number 2 relates to dialogue. You can only have peace when people are speaking to each other. In the absence of communication, there is simply no hope for peace. Dialogue is crucially important for us, even to raise the difficult questions and to discuss issues which sometimes divide us. We need to talk, we need to engage in dialogue. Number 3, anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. We have to guarantee that there will be no room at all in any place nor in any sphere for anti-Semitism, and similarly for Islamophobia. Hatred of this kind can only bring about conflict. Number 4, the role of leaders, a particularly important element for us to be aware of. This is the time for courage. In my own experience in interfaith dialogue, and particularly in engagement between Jews and Muslims here in the UK and at a global level, I have been privileged often to engage in dialogue with truly outstanding representatives of Islam. Wonderful people. People who are willing to put their heads above the parapet. However, often, far too often, there have been many leaders of Islam who have not been willing to have the courage and who've instead have stayed behind or held conversations only in private. And I have understood this and I have respected this. But I believe that now there is a new spirit, and there is a spirit in which for 2 reasons we need to openly engage. First of all, because of COVID-19, as I said before, we are all on the same side and we need to be seen to be on that same side, and particularly within our special family. Secondly, in the wake of the historic Abraham Accords, we have now seen what can come about when people bravely engage in conversation and dialogue. You need to be patient. It doesn't all happen overnight, but eventually it leads towards some very significant and historic events. And as a result, we as leaders need to have that courage. Jewish leaders need to guide their communities. Muslim leaders need to guide their communities. And when it comes to leadership, it mustn't only be apparent that right at the top of the pyramid of interfaith activity, there is that element of togetherness. It needs to filter down to the grassroots. So it's not just major heads of faith, but we need our rabbis, our imams to be engaged in dialogue. And we need to encourage the members of our respective communities to engage in dialogue, because it's only when you speak to each other that you can indeed encourage peace and unity to prevail. The United Arab Emirates Abrahamic House of Fraternity Initiative is an excellent example of how in the public square a brave and great statement can be made about togetherness of people of different faiths. I then come to my fifth and probably most significant point to highlight. It's called tolerance. But actually, while we all know what tolerance is, I believe that tolerance is not good enough. You see, the English word tolerance comes from the Latin, which means to bear or to endure. Similarly, the Hebrew word for tolerance is sovlanut. Lisbol means to suffer. And this is the case as well in many other languages, indicating that tolerance conveys the impression, I don't like this at all. I'm not comfortable with this person. I'm totally opposed, but you know what? I will give them the space in which to have their voice, and I will suffer while they'll do it. I will tolerate it. It's not good enough. In Arabic, there is a far better word. It is tasamuh. Tasamuh implies mutual acceptance and understanding. Tasamuh inspires people to have that element of understanding and cooperation and dialogue, which will then in the course of time promote affection and love. And that is what we need, not just mere tolerance. Let me now return to another lesson from our biblical portion of the week in the book of Genesis. Jacob was just about to meet up with his twin brother Esau, whom he knew sought to take his life. In anticipation of that epic moment, the Bible says, Vayira Yaakov ma'od vayetzer lo. Jacob was afraid and he was sorely distressed. And our sources ask, why is it necessary to tell us both? He was afraid and he was sorely distressed. If he was afraid, it's because he was distressed. And if he was distressed, he must have been afraid. So Jewish tradition teaches as follows. Jacob was afraid lest he be killed, and he was sorely distressed lest he be forced to kill. Jacob recognized that where there is conflict, there can be no winners. And where there is peace, everyone is a winner. And that is a lesson that we now post-COVID need to carry with us, to promote peace and understanding and to have unity. And let's not mistake unity for uniformity. There are some people who believe that actually it's uniformity that's necessary. Uniformity is when everybody looks the same, says the same, has the same view, has the same belief. That's not what we should be aspiring to. Rather, we should respect the right of people and groups and faiths to have their own identity, their own belief. And we will give honor to them for what they believe in. And unity is achieved when we respect each other and harmoniously we walk together alongside each other, providing the opportunity for each one to express themselves in their own way. That is unity. And where there are attempts to achieve uniformity, that is what will end in failure for all of mankind. We therefore now have a very exciting opportunity. It's a great opportunity for Muslims and for Jews. It's a great opportunity post-COVID for all of humankind. Let us never forget that we are all on the same side. And in this way, may God Almighty bless us all with peace, with unity, with success, and good health. Thank you very much.
شكرا جزيلا للحاخام إفرايم ميرفيس على هذه الملاحظات وعلى مشاركته لبعض الدروس لكل الإنسانية، دروس فيروس كورونا، حينما قال الفيروس لا يفرق.
Thank you very much to the Rabbi, and he reminded us of the lessons we are learning from the coronavirus pandemic. I have a very good item of news for yours, because I am very pleased to say that His Eminence Sheikh Abdullah bin Bayyah, the head of the forum, is attending with us in this session. And we always aspire and look forward to listen to him, and we are looking forward to it. So in this session, he knows this, and I personally always look forward to what he will present, what he will tell us. And I would hope that he will be able to join us and have an intervention, even with very short notes, Your Eminence. I wanted in this special session to greet you, to say hello to all of you. My brother, the moderator of this session, Dr. Hatlan, is a brother of mine, and also my friends, Chief Rabbi of the United Kingdom, Chief Rabbi Ephraim Mirvis, and he actually spoke 2 or 3 days ago. We had a conversation, himself and myself, and we are continuing this conversation now. And I would like to greet you all and support you all, and to encourage you all. And I hope that this dialogue, this discussion will continue. And I believe that all of you, and especially Dr. Tarek Obro also, was playing a great role in dialogue, and in France, of course, especially. It's also very good to see our brother and friend, Dr. Fadi Daou. I would like to simply say one thing. The most important thing is that we never despair of one another. This is what Job told his children. And he sent them out to look for Benjamin. And he said, don't despair of God's Spirit. It's only the infidels who do despair of God's Spirit. And this is the recommendation of Job to his children, which is mentioned in the Quran. This is the most important thing when we start our dialogues and conversations, that we must start with open hearts. And we must never despair of one another. We must never give up on one another. So I'm very hopeful that this dialogue will bear good fruits, and especially in the current circumstances of this very challenge to humanity because of the pandemic. So thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to see you today, and I will continue to listen to you all from behind the curtain, let's say, and if I may. Thank you very much. Peace be upon you, Sheikh bin Bayyah. We are very pleased to hear your intervention, And as you said, we must never give up on one another. We must dialogue with open hearts. This is a golden rule, a golden advice for every dialogue, every project of dialogue and humanitarian project that seeks to develop dialogue and openness to one another. Thank you then. Let's return to our schedule for this session, and I'm very pleased to invite Father Fadi Daw to contribute with us to this session. Please go ahead, sir. Thank you, Dr. Hatlan, and God's peace be upon you all. And we thank, of course, the Forum for promoting peace in Muslim societies, and of course its president, His Eminence Sheikh bin Bayyah. It is a wonderful coincidence, in fact, that the 7th Forum is being held at a time when we are all facing the corona pandemic, and we have the good news of the vaccine. So we can now look forward to the world post-corona and have this title of Value of Post-Corona, Values in the Post-Corona World, and Solidarity and the Spirit of the Ship Passengers. It's a coincidence that prompts me to ask, has this vaccine become the only hope for entering a post-corona world? Well, the answer may be in the affirmative, if we consider that the only problem that today's world faces is this health crisis. It obviously will not be resolved unless we eliminate the virus, or at least sufficiently limit its spread and find appropriate treatments for it. However, we all know that the corona pandemic has revealed that there are other unhealthy epidemics, not ones in the health field, but they are no less dangerous. And I have selected 3 of them to describe the context in which we all live and to draw the contours of the possible post-war, post-corona world we all seek to establish. Number 1 is corona and the environment that we're all giving to, the break we're all giving to the environment. Now, in light of the first wave of the pandemic, we've observed, has been observed, that birds started to chirp again in Wuhan, in China, that the skies of Beirut have turned blue because pollution had ended, and that fish have returned to enjoy waters of the canals of Venice. Now, we would all be happy, of course, would rejoice that the earth is breathing again and that the environment is taking a rest and is giving us something of its authentic beauty and freshness, and that people are giving it a break and are forced, in fact, to stop their activities and quarantine themselves in their homes for fear of this so-called hidden enemy that is waiting in ambush for them. In his message concerning caring for our common home, which means the earth, Pope Francis, in 2015, stated that our common home is also like a sister to us, with whom we share our existence. And she's also a beautiful mother who embraces us in her arms. This sister is protesting the harm we're inflicting on her. And he continues, because of our irresponsible abuse of the goods and the blessings that God gave us through this earth. We all grew up believing that it's our property, it belongs to us, and we're in control of it, and it's permissible for us to plunder it. Pope Francis considered that the violence dwelling in the human heart, wounded by sin, also appears through the symptoms of disease that we observe in the soil, in the water, in the air, and in all living beings today. Now, what's interesting in this text of the Pope is that he linked the pain of the earth with the pain of the poor. And he's expressed his awareness that the true solution to the environmental issue is inseparable from social justice and the alleviation of human suffering. Therefore, Pope Francis denounces the position of those who think in terms of the luxury of an evolution and a quality of life beyond the reach of most of the Earth's inhabitants. This lack of sensory communication that we're having today, this lack of encounter, means we are numbing our conscience and ignoring some of the realities through partial analysis here and there, working in silos. In his opinion, it all results in a romantic discourse that is useless in advocating for the environment and the fairness for all humanity. Thus, in this post-corona world, we are required, all of us, to hear the cry of the earth and the cry of the poor, both cries alike. And this calls upon us to lay new political foundations for our relations to this earth, and we all need it. We must combine human and economic and ecological development with environmental development. And only this struggle for comprehensive and sustainable development can create peace between humankind and the earth. The second point is corona and the hidden diversity. Observers have pointed out to the large number of victims of the corona pandemic who are of Somali origins in Sweden. Now, they form a ratio that is inconsistent with their share of the total population in Sweden. In the first month of the outbreak, 40% of its victims in the capital, Stockholm, were of Somali origin. And for the whole country, they were 18%. While those of Somali origin only represent 1% of the total citizenry of Sweden. Now, if you analyze this phenomena, you'd also find out that the percentage of people infected with the virus is very high in one of the capital's neighbors amongst the Syriac community who have immigrated to Sweden from Iraq. Now, this phenomena of high rates of coronavirus victims among ethnic minorities is not limited to Sweden. We see it in African Americans in Chicago, for example, where they are 70% of the victims, while they are 30% of the population of the city. This also discrepancy in these ratios we see in many other cities in the United States, such Louisiana, New York, and others. And these shocking numbers prompted researchers to investigate why. In Sweden, the government has focused on spreading preventative information among citizens and relied on their awareness and adherence to this information, while continuing life as normal without closing commercial activity. This approach appeared to be relatively successful in containing the epidemic, but failed when it came to minorities, because the information issued by the government didn't arrive to the minorities with the same speed it was communicated to the rest of the populations, because many of them can't speak the official language, which is the language that the government used exclusively to spread those health information and instructions. Same results can be found with the Syriac community in Sweden. Briefly, and I will now look at analyzing this phenomenon. When the Sweden government, which is known for good governance, when it developed its policies to deal with corona, it looked at the Swedish population as one group and developed its policies accordingly. But its campaign failed to reach quickly and convincingly to those of Somali origins because of their language, or to the Syriac community from Iraq because they have a different customs, different cultural customs. And finally, the Swedish government realized the problem and developed this information in Somali and communicated with the Somali community with it. However, it was too late by then, and many dozens or a large proportion of Somalis suffered. In brief, the the variance in our cultures and ethnic groups, etc., was invisible to the governments, which tended to look at the minorities as either radical or something else. And the individual was stripped of many of their characteristics that are stemming from their social and cultural characteristics. So we need, post-corona, that governments adopt cultural governance. So services cannot be achieved to the population, to the citizenship, without recognizing their variance of needs and abilities. So why don't we cooperate with governments using social media so we can provide why don't we adopt what big international companies are doing, i.e. you rely on the information available in social media to target specifically individuals and groups. We are not all the same, we're not all equal. And we must recognize that each individual is an individual, has his own specificities, and communicating with that individual requires regard for that specificity, and that way this communication will be successful. And post-corona world requires this recognition of variance, and that recognition will make us more humane and will reduce the number of victims of all the crises we meet. Finally, I would like to speak about coronavirus and local and international solidarity. Corona has revealed the extent to which we are all, regardless of our religions, convictions, races, and our wealth, we are all passengers of one ship, as stated in the title of this forum. And His Eminence Sheikh Abdullah bin Bayyah has given an analysis of this idea. As he said, the passengers of the ship are different and they are all varied amongst themselves, but they are united by a pact based on their conviction that they will have no salvation, they will not escape their fate without adopting the spirit of solidarity, cooperation, and complementarity, and be governed by the values of compassion, love, tolerance, responsible freedom, and good governance. So instead of drowning together due to the tensions related to our conflicting selfish and fractional and nationalistic and political interests, we must be aware that our individual interests are in fact linked to the achievement and fulfillment of our common interests and our common goods. Today, along with our rulers, we all, and our religions, human beings should choose the good for the value on which their projects are built. The world post-corona should be a world of a new humanity freed of its selfishness and built on solidarity amongst its children, not on the level of religious communities or even country or nation, but on a global level for all humanity. The new humanity in the post-corona world requires that we complete our march of human civilization that has moved from meeting under the umbrella of racist states and moved on to the national state, and from there onto the nation states, and now we want to reach, in the post-corona world, we want to reach a state of citizenship that is inclusive of all diversity, and the United Nations true in its efforts to build justice for all. Thank you very much, brother and father, Dr. Fadi Daw. As a journalist, I'm very pleased to hear these contributions and to hear your words. We need a country, we need a state based on citizenship that includes everybody, of all-inclusive citizenship, in order to come out of our narrow views and to accept all and to respond positively with the calls for dialogue and for recognition that diversity is strength and is a wealth for all societies. Now I am pleased to ask Dr. Amina Houti to speak to us, but before she does, Dr. Amina, I would like to reintroduce you because some people have just joined us. So I'd like to introduce Dr. Amina Al-Houti, the Executive Director of the Center for Dialogue and Work, and also head of the Center for Dialogue, Muslims and Jews in Cambridge, and author of Gems and Jewels, The Religions of Pakistan. And she has many, many other activities. Please go ahead, madam.
Shukran, brother. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of the beloved, Al-Wadud, the Lord of mercy, the giver of mercy. Drawing upon the metaphor of the ship in a stormy world with wars, religious hatred, and the coronavirus pandemic, I want to share 3 projects with you which helped me learn about the diverse people that I studied and inspired me through the storms. Number 1 is Our Sirat, which is a textbook. So Our Sirat is a textbook by today's Muslim scholars, and I'm editing this book as the program director of the Sirat project of the Higher Education Commission in Pakistan. The Sirat, or message of the Prophet Muhammad Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, is to respect and show mercy to all peoples, especially to minorities. Scholars tell us how Rasulullah inspired a deep love and respect for the book, for all people, and above all for God, the Beloved, as all the prophets and saints did. The message of Rasulullah is central for people of faith and is relevant in today's violent world. For Muslims, he is central to identity. He is loved dearly, and Muslims are sensitive about his image even today. Through bridge building examples, I have witnessed that knowledge can turn hostilities into understanding and friendships, leading to respect for all people. Second, Gems and Jewels is an ethnographic reflection of 10 religious communities. It is commissioned by Isfanyar Bhandara, member of the minority faiths. Fieldwork across Pakistan challenged my own stereotypes. I learned about diverse Muslims, Christians, Jews, Buddhists, Sikhs, Hindus, Baha'is, Parsis, the Kalasha, and Jains. The religious communities, even impoverished, reflect courage and compassion. Every religious community stressed love for humanity and love for the divine. Love even your enemies, the followers of Jesus, Isa alayhi salam told me. I learned about the Sufi saint, Shah Abdul Latif Bhittai, and his stories of compassionate and passionate love for God, or what we may call Ishq-e-Ilahi. The 11th century inclusive Muslim saint scholar, Data Sahib, taught in his book, The Kashf al-Majub, that pain and tribulations, or bala, are the ornament and cradle of saints and nourishment of the prophets. In pain, there is shifa. the soul's cure, so cultivate patience or sabrun jamil. While I recover from cancer this year and my world from the coronavirus, these values and stories from the Sirat and various faiths, which are like gems, have given me great healing strength, in addition to the love shown by my own special parents, family, and friends such as yourselves. The healing of the collective human mind, body, and spirit are interconnected. The coronavirus pandemic brought death and illness to us, leading our world to self-isolation, which is, in the words of one of the people I interviewed, a Ghare Hira moment, forcing us to meditate and reflect as Rasulullah did in the Cave of Light or the Mountain of Hira. Personally, I too aim to move from the fire of yearning or ishq to arriving and embracing my fellow humanity. GEMS teaches us to listen and learn from diverse others, as we are all in one metaphoric ship. Third, through fieldwork and filming across the Muslim world, America, and Europe with Professor Akbar Ahmad, my great teacher and beloved father, and his team of American student researchers, I learned from Muslims, Christians, and Jews how to bring people together. As a leading researcher for Journey into Europe, I learned about the coexistence of humanity, convivencia in Spain, and benevolencia in Bosnia. But I also saw humanity's ugly face in the Nazi concentration camps for Jews in Dachau in Germany, and the slaughter camps for Muslims in Srebrenica in Bosnia. Based in fieldwork, these books are compulsory lessons from recent history. Studying the Quran 52 times, the Ahadith, the Sirah, the Torah, the Bible, and the biographies of the prophets, and beginning to learn about 10 religions have directed me towards the source, to adore beloved Rabbi. Love drives the human intellect and heart to become one with the message of ishq or love. The beloved loves the muhsineen, the compassionate, the sabirin, the patient, the righteous, which reflects how belief and righteousness are inextricably interlinked. This virtual gathering of eminent scholars from across faiths is a coming together of intellect and spirituality to move from ideology and talk to righteous practical action in order to realize a new spirit. Here are suggestions for cultivating a new humanity, a new spirit. Each one of us must openly learn to know other perspectives, admit and overcome our own stereotypes about women, people of other faiths, and none. The forum may want to offer training workshops for the media to overcome labeling of an entire faith community. For example, there is an onslaught on Muslims and Islam, leading to Islamophobia. I am saddened to see the representation of Muslims and Islam in the media, and worried to see the misinterpretation of the spirit of Islam by its youth, as seen in the recent beheading of a teacher by an 18-year-old Muslim boy in France, leading to a cycle of revenge killings, in one incident of Muslim women and in another of Christian worshippers in a church. I see the media creating no bridges between the different perspectives. Islamophobia and confusion amongst the young needs to be addressed systematically. The true spirit of Islam needs to be understood by its youth. Terrorism must not be associated with any religion. The forum leaders could consider this year, inshallah, to assign a team to draw up a workbook of inclusive curriculum and list of resources virtually accessed by universities globally. Our youth can be taught that we can embody the ideals of our faiths and human rights values, compassion, empathy, inclusiveness, and mercy. They must rediscover the heroes and heroines from all faiths, emphasize shared values, and respect the dignity of difference. Encourage women overcome racism and understand the implication of being good global citizens. cultivating whole people inspired by the divine spark, what Allama Iqbal called khudi, or Nietzsche called the Übermensch, or the idea of the Khalifa of the merciful God, is not easy. But the forum's minds can collectively lay the foundations and give our youth tools to make informed choices. History has proven when we invest in our youth to balance the knowledge of deen and dunya, humanity can reach heights of excellence. If the forum is successful in shaping and passing on ideas to the next generation, Imam al-Ghazali, Ibn al-Arabi, Maimonides, and Thomas Aquinas can be reborn. In conclusion, despite the stormy weather and deaths that coronavirus brought in 2020, the forum has given us hope by bringing us together once again, even virtually, to revive a global alliance and remind us of the best virtues of human beings in the ship of life. No one is excluded from the ship. All are welcome. Through your collective ideas and resources, I suggest we guide both the media and our youth towards inclusiveness and a global alliance, led by the captains of this ship, both the sheikhs, Sheikh bin Baya and Sheikh Nayan, and their wonderful teams, and the translators and everyone involved, and Brother Zishan, and of course yourselves. Let us combine our efforts to lead the future generations when the storm settles and our ship of humanity finally arrives, to safe shores warmed by the comfort of the light, which is Noor-e Ilahi. Thank you very much, and thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Houti. Terrorism should not be associated with any religion, indeed. Thank you again for your profound notes and recommendations. الحضور الكريم، هذه الأزمة فرصة نادرة لاكتشاف.
Ladies and gentlemen, this crisis is a good place for us to look at the good in ourselves and how we can restore our spirits, our free spirits that frees us from our selfishness. This is not impossible, in my opinion. I think that we can all start doing this. So we've all heard what we can do under the circumstances to see what we can all do together for the common good.
فرص وإمكانات صنع عالم أفضل. يتحدث في هذا المحور كل من الدكتور كيلي جيمس كلارك وفضيلة الدكتور طارق أوبرو، وأيضا بستأذن المتحدثين الكريمين بإعادة تقديم سريع لأني أعرف أن هناك عدد من الحضور لم يستمع لتقديمنا السابق. الدكتور كيلي جيمس كلارك زميل أبحاث أول في معهد كوفمان بين الأديان بجامعة جراند فالي ستيت ميشيغان، وهو حاصل على الدكتوراه من جامعة نوتردام، وشغل مناصب بحثية في جامعات أكسفورد وسانت أندروز ونوتردام. أما فضيلة الدكتور طارق أوبرو هو إمام المسجد الجامع ببوردو ومفكر فرنسي معروف. يعرف فضيلة الإمام طارق بدوره البارز وتأثيره الإيجابي في الرأي العام المسلم في فرنسا وأوروبا من خلال أنشطته الريادية وكتاباته التي تدعو إلى صياغة تجديدية أو إلى صياغة تجديدية للخطاب الديني في سياق الجمهورية الفرنسية، ولعل من أشهر كتبه دعوة من أجل المصالحة. ورأينا وشاهدنا حوارات لافتة ومهمة ومبهرة إذا جاز التعبير لفضيلة الدكتور طارق أوبرو في ظل الأحداث الأخيرة التي مؤسفة للأسف
the last sad events witnessed by France in the last few weeks and months. I invite Dr. Kelly James Clark now to give us his speech. Please, sir, the floor is yours.
Assalamu alaikum. I want to give thanks to our kind and distinguished hosts. I'm honored to be part of this important forum, and I regret that COVID prevents us from meeting each other face to face. My talk is primarily aimed at my fellow Americans. Like many whose work involved building bridges across wide divides, my life changed after 9/11. As a Christian, I was concerned that Americans, mostly fellow Christians, would focus their fears on all Arab Muslims. My concerns were soon realized with the unjustified invasion of Iraq, which resulted in the deaths of hundreds of thousands of innocent civilians. In the ensuing chaos, the Middle East was stabilized, and our injustice echoes to this day. So I enthusiastically commenced my new work, building bridges between Muslims and Christians on the one hand, and speaking out against Islamophobia to American Christians on the other. There was, however, a massive problem. I didn't know any Muslims. Since then, I've cultivated friendships with countless Muslims, some of whom I now consider my best friends. I've become friends with Fariel, a shipping magnate in Istanbul, who donates generously to famine relief, refugee health, and scholarships for needy college students. Mohammed, a physician from Syria who pays his own expenses to work in Syrian refugee camps for 2 months every year. Aziz, a Palestinian Israeli who uses tourism for peacemaking. You can read of his transformation from radical to peacemaker in our co-authored book, Strangers, Neighbors, Friends, Muslim, Christian, Jewish Reflections on Compassion and Peace. Ali is a doctor from Egypt who is a pioneering pediatric oncologist. Ali's grit and wisdom have saved countless children from near certain death. Ahmad and Zaina, who use their smarts and charisma to inspire thousands of Muslim young people to study and work in science and technology. And Rana, a world-class biologist who is working with Yale and Harvard scholars to study the epigenetics of suffering among Syrian refugees. As I was building these bridges and relationships, I was also reading from other Christians that Arabs are barbaric and that Islam is a religion of violence. If we can blame them for violence or for terrorism, we can then justify harming them by dehumanizing and scapegoating Arab Muslims. We rationalize our invasions of Iraq and Libya, our indiscriminate drone policy, and our uncharitable and unjust treatment of refugees. Fear has also prevented many Christians from seeing Fariel, Muhammad, Aziz, Ali, Ahmad, Zaina, and Rana, and countless other Muslims as individual human beings like them with hopes and dreams for a better future. By seeing Arabs and Arab Muslims as less than fully human and unworthy of justice and compassion, we Americans, as an old battle hymn sings, loose the fateful lightning of God's terrible swift sword. Fear shuttered our hearts and closed our doors and dropped our bombs. In January and February of this year, a fear reared a new head, the coronavirus, creating fears of isolation and fears of financial ruin, fears of destroying the economy, and fear of even losing life itself. This new fear drove us to blame and scapegoat new others. When bad things happen, we want to know why it happened and who is to blame. The problem is this. Bad things are happening because of COVID-19 for reasons we don't know, or maybe even for no reason. There's no why it happened, and there's no who to blame. There's just that pesky little virus. But there's little satisfaction in kicking a virus, just as there's little satisfaction in kicking a chair after it stubs one's toe. Yet just as we want to know who put that darn chair in our toes' way and punish them, we also want to know who put that darn virus in our way, and we want to punish them. So fear drove us into the nooks and crannies to search out who is at fault. But COVID-19 is not anyone's fault. It's not the fault of the Chinese. While it did originate in China, likely transferred from a bat, it could have originated anywhere. We should no more blame the country where the virus originated than we should blame the US for the 2009 swine flu or the much earlier Spanish flu, both of which likely originated in the United States. And while we dehumanize the Chinese as bat eaters, we, after all, eat factory farm meat and raw oysters. Blaming the Chinese has led to scapegoating Asians. Hate crimes towards Asians are surging in the US and around the world. But COVID-19 is not the fault of the Chinese. And it's not the fault of Donald Trump, the Republicans, the Democrats, Anthony Fauci, immigrants, Big Pharma, the Chinese military, the US military, the deep state, Jews, Bill Gates, Mexicans, Muslims, or the media, all of whom have been blamed in the United States for the virus. It's just an inexplicable, purposeless mutation. But fear of the inexplicable drives us to blame and to divide, and at precisely the time when we need to encourage and unite. One benefit of fearing an impersonal virus is that it has distracted us from our personal fear of Muslims. The virus's greater, more existentially pressing fear has left little room in our hearts for our more distant and receding fear of Islam and Muslims. But as vaccines dissipate our fear of the virus, our old fears will return. I see many people prophesying a hopeful post-COVID future. They claim that the compassion and self-restraint shown by mask wearers and social distancers, that the sense of unified purpose in developing viruses, that our global awareness that we're all in this together, and that our isolation-induced need for community will create a new and better post-COVID world. We'll emerge from the isolation of COVID, so say these prophets, more compassionate and less selfish, more global and less parochial, more communal and less individualistic. Sadly, I don't share these hopes. Instead, I believe that as fear of the China virus recedes, our old familiar fears of Arab Muslims will fill the void left behind. Those fears will once again close our gates to Arab Muslims. We won't blame the Chinese for our wills, we'll blame the Muslims. The New Testament, which understands the deadly and powerful force of fear, says this: perfect love casts out all fear. I think its converse, fear casts out all love, is likewise true. And since none of us is a saint, fear casts out all love is vastly more prevalent. And when fear casts out love, we're on to division and even death. I don't optimistically foresee love casting out all fear in our post-COVID future, but I think it's our only hope. Our fears of one another will more certainly doom us than our fears of this virus. So we need to resist fear and inspire love. If after the ravages of the virus have receded, you find your unfounded fear of Muslims returning, again, I'm speaking to my fellow Americans. If you find your fear of Muslims returning, tell your better self that you do not want to be that kind of person. Choose instead love. You won't become instantly loving, of course. It never works that way. But you have to start somewhere. Start by avoiding those nooks and crannies that you know incite your fears. Turn off the fear mongers on the radio or television. Don't click on that juicy headline. And avoid reading those posts and tweets that just confirm your fears. Listen instead to inspiring music. Talk with people who look different from you. Donate money to those who have none. And read of love and courage and hope. There's enough to fear already for our economies and for our lives. Don't let false fears close the windows and lock the doors of your heart. We need to start letting love work on our fears now, when things seem the worst, so that we can work together later when things will be the worst, when the virus has wreaked all of its havoc, when the last person dies and is buried alone, and with our economies in shambles. We need to cultivate love now to overcome our fears now, so we can face our new fears together and better. Let me be concrete. All or almost all love is local. I offer no prescription for world peace. But upon leaving this conference, I hope that love inspires you to open your doors, walk down the street, and invite someone quite different from yourself into your home for a meal and for some friendship. Let us courageously unite in casting out all fears, love, to work together in shared hopes and dreams for a better future. Shukran.
Thank you very much, Professor Clark. Indeed, we need more brave voices like yours nowadays. أعود إلى الدكتور طارق أوبرو.
I would like to take us back to Dr. Tariq, His Excellency Tariq Obro, to share his intervention with us today.
الحمد لله الذي رحمته وسعت العالمين والصلاة
May God's peace be upon you all. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude for hosting me here. Thank you, Sheikh Bin Baya, for inviting me. I'm really honored to be invited. I'm going to talk about the morals and about the faith at the same time. This is my approach. And I want to say that even though globalization is something that has existed for much longer, our globalization today is characterized by being very fast. And as is the case with any human reality, it has contradictions. It has the evil and the good. It has different aspects to it. And as people of faith, we need to believe in our destiny, whether or in fate, whether it is good or bad. And there are things that the human intellect cannot really fathom. A Muslim person finds that it is sufficient to have this belief, to believe in the fate, because sometimes our human brains cannot fathom why an evil event is happening. As to the morality, human beings have to accept the good and to develop it and try also to diminish the evil. And Sharia, or the law, or the religious law, it aims to achieve just that. From a faith point of view, it is enough for a human being to accept that there is good and evil in our history. from a moral point of view or an ethical point of view, they need to work as much as possible to make the good bigger and the evil less. And it is not something that one individual or one group or community or nation to do on their own. Globalization has made us all members of the same organ. Things started getting intertwined, the economies, the communities, the faiths. So we are all citizens of the world. We all live in a global village. This intertwining of the different faiths and the different cultures and civilizations, this was helped by the fast transportation that we enjoy. Also, social media helped this intertwining a lot. So this made societies appear as if they are one society. So we are all living the same life and heading towards the same fate. There are two opposing movements that happened as a result. One is pushing humanity to stereotype behavior and to unify our patterns of consumption and civilizations. And at the same time, we find that people have become more individualistic and that they are beginning to shun communities, which is something that can threaten community peace and world peace. So as humans, it looks like we are heading towards being one unit, but at the same time, there is this opposing movement of becoming more individualistic. At the same time, there are people who want to reverse to their, or to revert to their idea or image of the past. They want to shun technology. While there are those who want to adopt technology or are adopting it increasingly. So we have these opposing movements happening at the same time. The development and advancement promised people that they will be living in a paradise on earth, but it did not succeed in making this a reality. So this led people to go back to spirituality. People want to revert to the old beliefs, to the way that their ancestors lived. We see this in some religious communities that become then more extreme. And they started adopting old beliefs. One of these beliefs is that God punishes people depending on what they do in this life. So they started interpreting pandemics and natural disasters in this context. Some of these disasters are not really natural disasters, they are man-made. If we look at pollution, for instance, that is something that is man-made. It is a result of industrialization. And as the Quran says, the corruption appeared on the land and in the sea because of human deeds. And the meaning here is that there is no punishment, there is no divine punishment for this. However, there is a cause and effect. There is always a result or a consequence of what we do. As to reward and punishment, this is something for another life, for the afterlife. It is not for this life. We have other laws governing this life. And the hope, of course, is that people can learn from their mistakes when they meet or when they face the consequences of what they have done. When a human being has a negative impact on nature, the human being will reap the consequences of this. And if they do deal with nature in a good way, they will also benefit. Now, we are looking at a new vaccine, and this vaccine was invented or was introduced because of the pandemic that we are facing. It is not something that happened on its own accord. It is a result of our work. Whatever crises that human beings have faced so far, they managed to overcome them. They managed to come out victorious. The crises are learning opportunities for us. This is how science developed. Even sinning is necessary because it helps people to repent and to renew their faith and to improve their ethics. So there are mistakes that are committed. It could be an intellectual mistake that could be fixed if one thinks more about their mistakes and learns from the lessons, or it could be a sin which is fixed by repentance. If God punished people for every single sin, then there wouldn't be a single human being on the face of this earth, as the Quran says. So there are laws and there are rules, and it is up to the human being to either benefit from these rules and laws or not. So humanity needs to stick together. Human beings need to stick together because we have the same fate. We are on board the same ship. So if this ship is punctured, all of us are going to sink together. So we as Muslims need to think of the others. How can we incorporate others in our faith? We have an old faith that was thinking only within the limits or within the boundaries of that faith. However, we live now in an intertwined world. We have to communicate with one another. We need to look at developing new ethics and new ways of thinking that incorporates the other in our thinking and in our world, because now there are no boundaries between our civilizations, our cultures, or religions. We need to renew our thinking when it comes to faith. We need to think of what is the role of a non-Muslim in our faith. We need to renew our laws. We need to renew our faith if we are to live in peace together in the post-corona era. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Tarek Obro. No doubt what you said was very important and very necessary. And this is very relevant to Muslim communities, especially the youth amongst them in Europe. You talked about the contradictions in this era of globalization. It includes those who want to progress and those who want to regress. I think this is a problem that is faced by many youth, young people who are cheated, and they are led to believe that there was a glorious past that they could regress to. Something that they do not have much information about or all the parameters of. They are led to believe that there is an idealism that they could live in something that is ideologies that are used to ensnare young people. So as you said, this was an imagined past that was used to lure young people into extremism. It was interesting for me to hear your comment or your call that we need to include the others in our thinking and that we need to renew our thinking in terms of faith. There are many people who might be thinking that, but they were not as vocal about it. Based on the tragic events that happened all over the world in terms of extremism, it is really important to look seriously into renewing our faith and making sure that there is no misunderstandings so that there are no groups that would abuse this and try to lure young people into extremism. We do need this kind of rhetoric. We do need people like you who issue such calls. That's why being in this forum is very important. We do not want these calls to be the result of a tragic event happening. We need to keep working on this independently. This would be the only way for us to face those who abuse religion or represent themselves as the true defenders of the faith or the true representatives of the faith. As a result, we have seen thousands of young people being lured into following such ideas and rhetoric, and this led to disasters. So we still have half an hour of discussion, but first I would like to pose questions sent by the viewers, and one of the questions is, are we going to become more humble or more modest as a result of this pandemic, irrespective of how advanced have we become? So when we have a crisis, we might stick together and try to get out of the crisis, but then when we reach the safe shore, we might go back into fighting amongst each other. So then the question is, are we going to maintain that spirit of solidarity and modesty when we are out of this crisis, when we are out of the woods? So who would like to take over?
If I may, it's a very important question, and before answering it, I want to say I have really immensely enjoyed listening to all the interventions. I want to answer the question and say, usually we are reactional, we are impacted emotionally for a very short period, and then once the crisis has elapsed, we go back to our established norms and behaviors. So it is a danger out there that we are controlled by our emotions, and at the moment we feel compelled to do something about it because we're in the midst of it, and then at the end or after the end of the crisis we return back to what we've always been and done. I think what we could hope is today, now we are in an interval between the pre-corona world and the post-corona world. And I hope that those who influence public opinion will
have to do an important role today, and this is to reconsider positions and revisit and redefine values. We should be daring, we should be brave, and reconsider and revisit our positions and our discourse, whether it be our political or cultural or religious discourse. We should be brave to revisit these discourses, and we should try and influence public opinion in order to change behavior in societies. This is such a grave task. It's a very big task, a very important one. We have to achieve this task and go beyond our emotional reactions and restructure our discourse, restructure our positions, and show this in front of the people, in front of the public, hoping that this will influence them, will change their behavior, not only in terms of religion, but also about the intellectual domain, the political domain, and also the cultural domain. Thank you, Dr. Fadi. I want to ask if any of our distinguished guests and participants would like to comment. Dr. Amina?
Yes, thank you very much. That's a very good question, because as we know, especially Muslims, the Prophet Rasulullah once said, coming back from a battle, that we have come from the small battle and into the bigger battle, the Jihad al-Kabir. And you know that the Jihad al-Kabir is against ourselves, the ego. So the biggest battle is when we humans turn inward and we do the journey inward. The journey of the ship goes in our own, and look within ourselves how to live our lives in a more humble way, where we give space to others, where we listen, where we reach out, where we respect. And I think that's why the coronavirus has been an important, almost devastating, but also an important moment where it's like Ghar-e Hira. It's a moment of reflection where Buddha sat under the Bodhi tree, Zoroaster went in the cave, Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam went to Ghar-e Hira. These are important moments for the world to reflect and meditate, because in the noise of the world and in the cacophony, we need to stop, we need to pause, and we need to think and reassess how we are going as humanity. And that helps. It's a helpful thing. So thank you for the question. It's a very valuable question. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Houti. Dr. Clark, would you like to comment on the same point?
I like the way Amina put it, where we're leaving a small battle and entering a big battle, and that really was the point of my talk. That compared to our relationships with all of humanity and with God, compared to those things, fighting a coronavirus is next to nothing, really. And it's focused all of our attention, our existential fears are all focused on it. And our ego will reassert in various ways later, and we'll come back and we need to do battle against ourself. And ourself wants to protect ourself, our beliefs, our fears. And honestly, I think we need to call on God to help us win that battle. But we need to know it's there. Lots of times we just let our fears move us this way or that. And we need to know the reason our fears are doing that is we don't trust God. We don't love other people. We're being selfish. There are all sorts of things that are sort of moving us this way and that. And we need to stop and self-consciously say, I'm taking on the jihad. God willing and God help me. God help us all. The bigger battle of the soul. So I think if we don't call on our richest spiritual resources at a time where I think selfishness is going to come swooping back in, we're going to like, oh, I didn't die. All my selfishness will come back I get to go and do whatever I did before and more. And we need to resist that. God helping us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. فضيلة الدكتور طارق أوبرو هل من تعليق على هذه الفكرة التي
Dr. Tariq, may I ask you to share us with any comments you may have? It is the human nature to forget. Like our father Adam, where we're told he also forgot things on occasions. So this is our nature. We forget, we are weak, and suddenly we are faced with a crisis like the current one to remind us that we were born weak. These crises also remind us that we're ignorant, as God says that you only, and I'm paraphrasing, says the interpreter, in Quran it says you only know very little, God knows everything. So how do we benefit? How do we learn from the recognition that we are ignorant, we are weak, we are not ideal, we are not complete? We seek to improve, and we can only improve by attending to our ignorance, attending to our weaknesses, and thus such events like the current pandemic is an opportunity to make ourselves stronger, to make ourselves less ignorant. This is a motivation. It is an invitation for us to work on ourselves. We have to work to find the medicine, the vaccine. And this is what God has asked us to do on this earth. Thank you, sir. I have a number of questions still. We may not have time for all of them. One of the questions, however, says, will this crisis bridge the gap between the rich and the poor countries? And of course, we know that the crisis is also seen as an economic opportunity by some, and they don't possibly listen to what we're saying here today, and to them it's just an economic opportunity. It's an opportunity for greed, for making more profit, which always comes hand in hand with the crises. So will the current crisis enhance or promote equality between poor countries or rich countries, or will it exacerbate the gap between these countries? This is such a difficult question. We are unable to foresee how things will develop. We could talk about what we hope to see, how we would like things to happen. Of course, we have seen good, positive signs in a number of meetings between major countries. For example, in the G20 meetings, there were positive signs, and superpowers were talking about relieving debts of developing countries, for example. This is a positive indication. However, we all know that the gap is massive. The gap between the rich and the poor countries is massive, and that this current crisis has affected countries differently. It has added to the challenges faced by each country differently. I think, yes, to a degree, there's even an exacerbation of the gap between the poor and the rich, even within the same country. So it's not only a matter of a gap between countries themselves, the gap inside countries themselves are also getting deeper. Of course, while we want to maintain personal freedom and rights and preserve a lot of elements of our culture, But at the same time, we want to seek more social justice, more social equity. Perhaps to reach this, we need a more active role of the United Nations, for example, to promote cooperation between countries. To be brief, I'm going to give an example. There's a principle by the United Nations that says that 0.7% of countries' budgets should be allocated to helping other countries. And although different states are spending huge sums of money, even within their borders, because of the COVID pandemic, some countries now are refraining from allocating this very tiny percentage, the 0.7% of their budget. They are now refraining from this UN principle. They are no longer spending this money to help other developed countries. They are using the pandemic as a pretext to spend more within their borders. At the end of the day, all we can do is raise our voice, ask for more solidarity internationally, and also try and influence the public opinion and try and raise awareness amongst people that social solidarity is to everybody's advantage. And we are only advanced and supreme when we realize that individual interests go hand in hand with the collective interests. Thank you, Dr.
Always there. Will that create more trouble among religions, nations, people?
Can I say something? Oh. Can I say something here? Is that okay?
Yes, please go ahead. Maybe Dr.
Okay. Part of my work has been trying to explain to Americans that most of our disputes around the world have very little to do with religion, but they have a lot to do with land and autonomy and injustice, food. There are lots of reasons people fight. Very low on the list is religion. But religion gets blamed for it, especially in America, Islam. I think nobody exports more violence and terror around the world than Americans, but we don't blame Christianity. It's never blamed. In our borders, white, Christian identifying men commit almost all the acts of terrorism. I think in the past 2 years, all of them, 100%. But we don't think Christianity is the problem, but we do with Islam. And I think part of what we need to do, or what I need to do, this is what I take as my task, is try to inform American Christians that it's not Islam that we're at battle with. It's not Muslims that we're in battle with. In fact, the people we so-called battle the people we fear want to live in a world with peace. They're like us. They want a better world for their children. They don't want to worry about bombs falling around their head at night. They don't want to drop bombs on other people's children. And they're just human beings like the rest of us. That's why I mentioned, Zaina and Ali and Aziz by name. Meeting people and getting to know them by name, to me, is the best solution to Islamophobia, and honestly, to a lot of divisions that we have with one another. And so, anyway, it's just a long way for me to say, I think there will be some bad things happen. Some bad things will happen afterwards, because some people are going to be ignored and harmed. There will be injustices after. It will not be based on Islam or Christianity. I promise you that. Although Christianity and Islam might get blamed for it. Too bad. And what we who are working on peace in these areas need to do is to make sure that our message of peace and love that comes from our religions, that religions are getting credit for that. And we probably won't, and yet we still need to keep working on peace and love. It's not about getting credit. It's about making the world the way God wants it, a world of justice and love. And but we're not going to get much credit for it. Well, so be it. We need to keep doing our job. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Amna Houti, do you hear me?
Yes, shukran, brother. Is this the same question, the previous one about different wealths, or is it same question? Well, yes. I'd like to, yes, answer that. First of all, I'd like to say that, comment on Kelly James Clark's point. Thank you for your work, and I think that's a great point that you just raised. Then I would like to go on to your question, brother, and answer that with another reference to Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, because for Muslims, our primary source of identity comes from Rasulullah and from the Quran, which is God's word for us. So the Prophet said a very beautiful statement, which is that your neighbors 40 houses down to your right and 40 houses down to your left, they're part of your neighbors, and you must love and respect them. But I think that is also a metaphor, because people we live with, our neighbors, our people in the world are also our brothers and sisters, and we've got to take that metaphor to feed the person next door, because as far as I remember, the Prophet said that nobody should go hungry next door in those houses. And that is exactly the point with the rich and the poor. If we reach out to the other, the so-called other, we're again doing the work of the divine, because it's a constant work of humility, of stepping back, trying to step in a position of humility and reach out to people less privileged or people who don't have what we have. And therefore, we've got to constantly challenge each other. And that is the battle, that is the jihad, which I think is so misunderstood and which needs to be understood in these terms. Thank you, brother.
Thank you. Thank you. دكتور الآن أريد أن طبعا لدي كثير من الأسئلة ولكن
I have a lot of questions, but I would like to speak with Dr. Tariq. I know that you are requested quite a lot to comment on events in European media. And lately, you were talking about Islam in Europe specifically. And I want to be very frank with regard to the renewal of religious rhetoric. You said very important statements, and that it is important to recreate our awareness of religion and of faith, especially among Muslim communities in Europe. These schools were launched and they are continuing. However, we hear louder voices from extremists, especially in the West. Is this a correct assessment, or is there another reality of Islam in the West? Personally, I think that extremism does not have a place in our future. We have witnessed several extremist schools of thought in Islamic history, but they did not persist. And whoever wants to survive has to be moderate, because extremism kills itself by itself. It may appear prominently at one point in time, but it soon disappears. The majority, the great majority of Muslims are moderate people. So if we look at the extremist sects, they only represent themselves. Most of Muslims, they maintain their tolerance and maintain their moderation. And I think that extremist voices are bound to disappear. However, we cannot rely on this and act with this in a passive manner. This is because the extremists were the cause of many people losing their lives. They were responsible for several killings. That's why we cannot stand still in front of such movements. Dr. Daw, Dr. Tariq is talking about other reasons other than religion for extremism in our part of the world. Why is that? Extremism is a complicated phenomenon and it has several roots. Sometimes some interpretations of religious rhetoric may be used in order to legitimize extremism, but it does not mean that extremism is a result of religious rhetoric. As to non-religious reasons for extremism, I think that in our Arab world, one of the problems is that we do not have a state based on citizenship. We do not have social justice, on the other hand, and this is something that greatly impacts on the situation in our part of the world, and that has an impact on extremism and extremist thought having a fertile soil to grow. So the injustice in our part of the world is the cause of many evils. There are those who benefit from extremist explanations or interpretations of religious ideas. They are trying to say to people that the solution is to malign the other and to launch or wage war against the other. That's unfortunate, but that is what we have witnessed in our part of the world. I hope that we will be able to put this behind us. However, this wave is expanding into Africa, and Africa is suffering as a result. We cannot face extremism unless we live in just countries that believe in citizenship for all. I don't want to go astray or go much further away from the topic of this session about the rebirth prospects for the post-corona world. However, there are situations that are quite worrying, and one of the issues that was discussed in the Arab media is the following. There are those who are blaming political institutions in the West that made room for political Islam under the guise of freedom of expression or liberties. And this made space for these organizations to exercise their extremism and lure young Muslims in the West to participate in extremist activities in our part of the world. I don't know if Dr. Houti agrees with me here, but the floor is yours, madam.
Thank you, brother. Could you summarize that question once again, please? Brother, could you summarize that question once again?
I said there are so many people in my part of the world who are blaming the European governments for opening doors for the many Muslim extremists to express their extremist views, taking the freedom of a press and democracy as an excuse to express their extreme ideologies.
Thank you very much. Well, as I said in my talk, brother, I feel that there are two different conversations and two different ideologies. And there's no bridge between them. There is the public in the West, which is fed by news from the media. And often the media language towards Muslims specifically is very problematic. So when there is an incident, and usually the incidents are caused by young boys, unfortunately, as in this case in Paris, where an 18-year-old boy, now think of it, 18, he hasn't had the privilege of knowledge that great scholars and people who have thought and, you know, studied and all, he hasn't had that history. So he's very young, he's raw, he's responding, but he's also not connected to his imams or his, you know, so again, there's a need for guidance, as I said, number one. And number two, there is the governments who talk about freedom of expression because they have had a very long, complex history of coming out of religion or the status quo or a certain way of doing things, and they sort of responding to that. So you have two different ideologies, but what we need are scholars, people like yourselves. We need people like this platform to come in and provide a sort of bridge of understanding, a bridge of reaching out, a bridge where we can say, look, this is the problem. This is part of the solution, because obviously in Islam, there is no such thing as extremism. Extremism is injustice. In fact, the Quran clearly states, talking about all believers, not just Muslims, but all believers as people of the middle path, ummatan wasatan, the middle people. So the whole point is to struggle and to strive to come to a middle solution, a middle path where we live our lives in a thoughtful, reflective, a sensible middle path. And therefore we need those bridges, and therefore interfaith work, therefore scholarship, therefore your work, therefore Sheikh bin Baya's work, therefore Sheikh Nayan's work becomes very important, because they are the ones who are bringing in the scholars from all faiths and to some extent bridging that gap. But what my worry is that this work, what my concern would be, or my desire would be, that this work trickles down so that people in the media could be more informed, and so that they too could help us provide that bridge. Thank you, brother.
Thank you very much, Dr. Houti. لا أعرف إذا هناك أي تعليق لدى أي من المتحدثين قبل أن
I don't know if you have any other comments before we give the floor to Dr. Muhammad Abdu Zubair. Are there any last comments? Dr. Clark, go ahead.
This is no defense of the West. The media are, most people already fear people who are different from them. Muslims are different from most people. And then the media only has bad news about Muslims. And then language is problematic. It's totally problematic when it comes to Muslims. So we do need to educate the media. The sad thing is Muslims, they're not going to start printing good news, because people don't keep going back to news sources. This was my talk about nooks and crannies. People don't keep looking at websites if they have good news. They're looking for bad news. They're looking for people who fall down, and then they can laugh. And the media knows that. And the media is trying to sell advertising. They're trying to give us news, but they want us to read their pages and go back and back and back. We're only going to have good news. And that's why we do need to educate the media. I totally agree. But Dr. Amina's point is we need to build interfaith bridges. We need to get people to meet people, because we are not going to win the media. It's a help, but you got to walk down the street. I brought people to the UAE. I brought scholars to the United Arab Emirates a few years ago, and we went to the big, new, beautiful mosque you have there. And they came from North America, Christian scholars, and they said, hey, this is the first time I've been in a mosque. It's really beautiful. And I think, you can't walk down your street and meet a Muslim. You have to fly 3,000 miles to do this. And I didn't say that. I know you have to do that sometimes. And to me in America, the burden is on like Christians. It's our burden to show love. It's not, you don't need to prove yourself to us. You're human beings. But we need to prove ourselves because we have treated Muslims without compassion and without justice. And we need to do something in America. And to me, it's just trying to find ways to build those bridges with your neighbor 40 doors to your left and your neighbors 40 doors to your right.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Clark. أريد أن أدعو الدكتور محمد عبدو الزبير.
So now I'm going to give the floor to Dr. Muhammad Abdou Zubair. I'm going to give the floor to Dr. Muhammad Abdou Zubair now. So the floor is yours.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين صاحب الفضيلة أصحاب الفضيلة فاضل الفضيلة الشيخ العلامة عبد الله بن بية وأصحاب الفضيلة الحضور أحييكم هنا من جمهورية مالي من عاصمة جمهورية مالي باماكو حيث يتابع العلماء والباحثون هذا الملتقى الهام يتابعونه باهتمام كبير وعناية كبيرة جدا. وفي البداية باسمهم جميعا أود أن أقدم بالغ الشكر وعظيم الامتنان لدولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة على تكريمها لشيخنا الشيخ العلامة عبد الله بن بية في تعيينه في أكبر المناصب في الدولة.
We thank the UAE for appointing Sheikh bin Baya the head of the Iftar Council in the UAE, and we would also are congratulating Sheikh Mahfouz for being appointed as the Secretary General of the Forum for Promoting Peace in Muslim Societies, and we're very honored to hear this news. And this is especially an honor for all the nations and the states that are in Western Africa. It is a gesture that honors the countries in that part of the world for the Islamic Republic of Mauritania and Mali. Very frankly, I find it a bit awkward to take the floor after listening to such an auspicious elite and such speakers who spoke about the various topics that were part of our discussions in this 7th meeting. I just want to say to the Sheikh and the scholar bin Baya that this giant ship that he gave us the outline of and that he also designed its body and skeleton will sail to the shores of safety under his captainship. All of us in the African continent. And please allow me to say that this will bring about stability in all parts of the world. And the most important values that will help us to deal with the coronavirus are those values that have been adopted by this forum, the values of solidarity, cooperation, and tolerance. And I have a suggestion that to include amongst the recommendations to set up a program that follows what happened after the Conference of Washington that was held in 2018. To feed 1 billion people in the world. And apart from this program, following or post-corona, I hope there would also be a possibility to give the vaccine to 500 million people, especially in the most needy countries and the vulnerable countries. This is my suggestion, and may God preserve and bless the United Arab Emirates, and peace be upon you all. Thank you to Dr. Mohammed Abdo Az-Zubair, the Secretary General of and one of the trustees of the Forum for Promoting Peace in Muslim Society. And I thank Sheikh bin Baya for attending this session and speaking through it. It was an honor to listen to him, and his contribution was valuable. And I now address the contributors to this session and thank them profusely for contributing, as well as thanking all those who contributed with their comments and questions through social media. It was a very rich session indeed, and it will contribute to a new vision of a new humankind post-coronavirus. Thank you, and peace be upon you all. We thank Dr. Sulaiman Al-Hatlan for his wonderful stewardship of this session. And now we will play a video for showing the ceremony of handing over the prize for peace that was given by the Forum for Promoting Peace in Muslim Societies.
هل من الممكن الانصراف؟
أعزائي المتحدثين، من يرغب منكم
gentlemen, we have a short video for the ceremony for the award of the Imam Hassan bin Ali, which was awarded to the Fakhr al-Watan office in the United Arab Emirates.
والآن مع البيان الختامي لأعمال الملتقى السابع لمنتدى تعزيز السلم لسنة 2020، ويتلوه علينا سعادة الأستاذ خليفة مبارك الظاهري المدير التنفيذي لمنتدى تعزيز السلم في المجتمعات المسلمة، فليتفضل مشكورا.
Now we'll read the closing statement of the 7th Assembly of the Forum for Promoting Peace in Muslim Societies. Please go ahead.
عذرا كان هناك انقطاع للصوت. نبدأ بسم الله. البيان الختامي للمؤتمر
for the 7th
واضح؟
Assembly.
واضح الصوت؟ الصوت واضح؟
واضح أستاذ.
تسمعون الآن صحيح؟ الحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد المبعوث رحمة للعالمين وعلى إخوانه من الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين، وبعد انطلاقا من قول الله عز وجل ولكل وجهة وموليها فاستبقوا الخيرات ومن حديث أصحاب السفينة النبوية الرامز إلى المسؤولية المشتركة لمن جمعتهم وحدة الوجهة والمصير عن سلامة الخيارات ووحدة القرارات واستجابة للتحديات الوجودية التي تواجه الإنسانية جمعاء جراء وباء كوفيد-19 المستجد الذي غير برامج وخطط البشرية وعاد ترتيب أولوياتها وسائر توجهاتها القيمية واستشرافا لإمكانيات تطوير قيم كونية أقرب إلى الإنصاف والتضامن والأخوة الإنسانية بروح جديدة هي روح ركاب السفينة وتكاملا بين الجهود الميدانية الرائدة لدولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة على مستوى العمل التطوعي الإنساني والتضامن المجتمعي والدولي أثناء الأزمات عموما وفي التصدي لهذا الوباء على المستويات الطبية والاقتصادية والإنسانية بوجه خاص وبين مسؤولية التفكير والتنظير في مآلات الإنسان والعمران والأوطان في مرحلة ما بعد الوباء وعطفا على المؤتمر الذي عقد في يوليو الماضي بالتعاون بين مجلس الإمارات للإفتاء الشرعي برئاسة معالي العلامة عبد الله بن بية ورابطة العالم الإسلامي تحت القيادة الملهمة لمعالي الشيخ الدكتور محمد بن عبد الكريم العيسى
in response to the conference held last July in cooperation between the Emirates Council for Sharia Fatwa chaired by His Eminence Sheikh Abdullah bin Baya and the Muslim World League under the inspiring leadership of His Excellency Sheikh Dr. Muhammad bin Abdul Karim Al-Isa on emergency jurisprudence which addressed the crisis from a jurisprudential aspects. This 7th annual assembly for the Forum for Promoting Peace in Muslim Societies with the title The Values of Post-Corona World, Solidarity and the Spirit of the Ship's Passengers was held in Abu Dhabi from the 22nd to the 24th of Rabi' al-Thani 1442 in Sharia corresponding to the 7th to the 9th of December 2020 under the patronage of His Highness Sheikh Abdullah bin
معالي العلامة
Zayed
الشيخ عبد الله بن بية رئيس منتدى تعزيز السلم في المجتمعات المسلمة ورئيس مجلس الإمارات للإفتاء الشرعي قد حضر الملتقى بمتابعة الآلاف من المشاهدين لجلساته وأعماله عبر منصته الإلكترونية ومواقع التواصل الاجتماعي كما احتضن قرابة 50 مشاركا ما بين وزراء وممثلي منظمات أممية وسفراء وممثلي هيئات حكومية ومراكز ومنظمات دولية ومفتين وعلماء وقضاة وقيادات دينية ومفكرين وشخصيات أكاديمية ونواب برلمانيين وأطباء ورياضيين وغيرهم. وقد افتتح المؤتمر بكلمة بمعالي الشيخ نهيان بن مبارك آل نهيان وسر التسامح والتعايش بدولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة حيث بين معاليه في كلمة ملامح رؤية دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة القائمة على قيم التسامح والتعايش والتكافل والعدل وبذل الخير للجميع دون ما تمييز مؤكدا أن هذه الرؤية لم تزل توجه مسيرة البلد منذ تأسيسه كما شارك في الجلسة الافتتاحية أصحاب المعالي الشيخ الدكتور محمد عبد الكريم العيسى أمين عام رابطة العالم الإسلامي والدكتور محمد مختار جمعة وزير الأوقاف المصري والشيخ نور الحق قادري وزير الشؤون الدينية بباكستان وسعادة السفير سام براونباك سفير الحريات الدينية وزارة الخارجية الأمريكية ومعالي السيد ميغل أنخل الممثل السامي لتحالف الحضارات التابع للأمم المتحدة وصاحب الغبطة جستون ويلبي رئيس الأساقفة الإنجيلية في المملكة المتحدة والبروفيسورة ميليسيا روجرز المدير السابق لمكتب الشراكات الدينية في البيت الأبيض وسلم معالي الشيخ نهيان بن مبارك آل نهيان وزير التسامح بدولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة ومعالي الشيخ عبد الله بن بية رئيس منتدى تعزيز السلم حفظهم الله جائزة الإمام الحسن بن علي الدولية للسلم هذا العام بمكتب تقديرا ودعما لجهود أبطال الخطوط الأمامية الذين ضربوا أروع الأمثلة في التضحية والإيثار والتفاني في خدمة الوطن والدفاع عن حياة أبنائه والمقيمين فيه. وقد تدارس المشاركون في المحاور الثمانية لهذا الملتقى طبيعة وأبعاد الأزمة العالمية المترتبة على كوفيد-19 المستجد ودور قيم التراحم والتضامن والتعاون وإشاعة السكينة في مواجهة هذا الوضع والتخفيف من آثاره وتداعياته وسلطين الضوء على النقلة النوعية والقوة الاقتراحية التي يمثلها حلم الفضول الجديد بكونه يؤسس لنموذج متوازن من التسامح والحرية المسؤولة والمواطنة الإيجابية والاقتصاد المتضامن بحيث يمكن أن يكون هو نموذج العقد الجديد، العقد الاجتماعي الجديد الذي ترنو إليه البشرية وتتطلع إليه. كما تطرق المشاركون إلى القضايا الفقهية المستجدة التي أثارتها هذه الأزمة على جميع الأصعدة من منظور فقه الطوارئ
from the perspective of the jurisprudence of emergency, which is based on Sharia realities and evidences in search of a way to facilitate the implementation of obligations in light of the existing crisis. Participants also examined positive models in dealing with the pandemic in the spirit of cooperation and solidarity in various fields such as developing vaccines, practicing religious rights, while preserving the safety of worshippers and also helping
وخصصت الجلسة العلمية الأخيرة خصصت الجلسة العلمية الأخيرة لآفاق عالم ما بعد
was devoted to the prospects of the post-corona world and the opportunity of the birth of new human beings, the creation of a better world based on the spirit of
المشتركة التي تمليها وحدة
spirit of the ship passengers in their awareness of their shared responsibility and destiny. Participants in the 7th Assembly of the Forum for Promoting Peace, after exchanging their views on the issues at hand, invoking the specificity of the global circumstances and the openness of the community, emphasize the following. First, in the nature of this crisis, the corona pandemic,
المستجد إن النتائج إن لهذه الأزمة فرادتها في العصر الحديث لما امتازت به من شمول آثارها وتعدد تجلياتها لمجالات ومناحي الحياة المختلفة. إنها أزمة في ضمنها أزمات.
It is a crisis within which there are multiple crises.
بالاقتصادية والسياسية والنفسية والدينية والقيمية مرتبطة بعضها ببعض في شبكة من العلائق في غاية التركيب
all of which are interconnected and all of which are very complex.
على تعددها يمكن النظر إليها
crisis can be viewed as a set of interactions, push and pull that humanity has found itself demanded to manage and in a hurry. Among the most important of these tensions is the tension between the requirements for preserving people's lives and the requirements of saving money and capital, between the logic of scientific research and the logic of the market, between certainty and suspicion, between globalization and the nation state, between the logic of freedom and the logic of duty, and between the whole soul and the whole. This crisis is an economic one, but it's also a crisis in values, crisis of the type that tests our morals, our values, our faith, and our ability to work in solidarity on an individual level and on state levels. Secondly, the lessons of this crisis and that we can learn. Firstly, this crisis has taught us lessons and has shown us the fragility and weakness of the human condition and has invited us all to be humble. Crises are an opportunity for review. And this pandemic has stopped our rapid pulse of life and gave us a unique opportunity to rethink and reassess. And we aspire that it will generate many opportunities on many levels for reform and for reconciliation. This crisis is an opportunity for humanity that must be seized to stop the current trend of violence, to lay down arms, and to respond to the call for reason, the religious call and the call launched by the United Nations and reasonable voices around the world. This crisis is an opportunity to crystallize a new vision that adjusts the balances in such a manner as to ensure that we have a more compassionate and just economic system that focuses on human beings and the development of life and invests in strengthening peace instead of the destructive war economies. This crisis has confirmed the impossibility of dispensing with the role role of the nation state in preserving the vital interests of societies, especially in conditions of global crisis and disasters. They call upon us to strengthen our legislative and economic positions and capabilities. This crisis is a rare opportunity for us, mankind, to discover the benevolence that's instinctive to us, and to restore human spirit towards the absolute, freed from the shackles of selfishness, and to get rid of our crooked logic of conflict. Birth of a new human being is not an impossible matter. It is not a utopian dream. If we learn the lessons, this birth will not be achieved except to the extent that we are prepared for it today. The future is only the fruit of the present. The current crisis has also revealed to everybody the limitations of selfish approaches that ignore the commonalities, that is unable to confront dangers. Dangers are not exclusive to one country or another. It is covers everybody regardless of their denominations, religions. This crisis also confirmed the common destiny of humankind. We have never been so interconnected and so in so much close contact with each other. This pandemic has demolished all theories of segregation or discrimination based on race, language, or development levels. It proved that we are all in one context, in one boat, environmentally, health and economic and culturally. We're all interconnected. This interconnectedness is not limited to human beings, but it also covers all creations with whom we share this world, and any imbalance in our environment affects us all. And this interconnectedness makes us inhabitants of this world.
الذي يشير إليهم الحديث النبوي فالسفينة الواحدة
reminds us of the spirit of the ship, passengers of the ship. It is a single ship, one level or the other, different levels, we're all governed by the same destiny.
يتوقف على كيفية إدارة دفتها ودرجة الحرص على سلامتها. إن الوعي بوحدة المسار والمصير ينبغي أن يثمر روحا
path and destiny should produce a spirit that inspires action, the spirit of the ship's passengers who all believe in their joint responsibility and in their responsible freedom and their duty for solidarity.
في مبادئ وقيم روح ركاب السفينة. إن المشاركين في هذا الملتقى
The participants in this forum foresee the possibilities of developing common university and universal values closer to equality with a new spirit, the ship's owners. The substance of this spirit is belief in the shared responsibility. As for its image, it is the solidarity and cooperation, and its goal is to preserve the universals expressed in the Hadith in its legal imperatives, which are the limits of God. The spirit of the ship's passenger entails a responsibility of the strong towards the weak, as well as the rich toward the poor, and the world towards the knowing towards the ignorant, and on the people of values towards other. The principles of responsibility and brotherhood in coexistence. The principle of responsible freedom should prevail on this ship, which does not violate the limits of others and does not lead to a breach of peace or disturbance to the overall order of the ship's passenger. Fourth, on the principle of implications of the spirit of the ship's passengers, the spirit of the ship's passengers call us to stop polluting the environment and to stop corruption of our land and seas, and orders us to stop wars immediately. This spirit requires us to practice forgiveness and compassion, so we love one another, whatever that may mean, which requires distributing vaccines to everyone without monopoly or exploitation, and for the rich to help the poor. The spirit of the ship's passengers calls upon us to create a development of a model that provides well-being, prosperity, and stability for all, a model in which the fruits of the minds are expanded for the benefits of our others, not monopolized by the rich or the strong. And a world in which nations compete for good and in which countries are proactive in providing Abrahamic hospitality to migrants and displaced persons. This spirit guides us to build societies of reassurance, societies in which security prevails, in which the spirit of fanaticism and sectarianism is transformed into a spirit of tolerance and love, in which the original dignity of every human being is preserved, that dignity which was given to all human beings, regardless of their race, color, language, and the life that was breathed into Adam by God the Almighty. In the spirit of the ship's passenger, we are guided to search for adaptations and accommodations, consensual solutions, compromises, and mutual concessions, which is the logic of coexistence. Thus, we achieve our time's necessary mediation between the principles of freedom and responsibility. The spirit of the ship's passenger requires a universal awakening of our collective conscience to restore the effectiveness of the values of cooperation, solidarity, compassion, and introduce a new concept of humanity that goes beyond the neutral concept of human rights, that is of equality, and it evolves into a proactive concept based on values of virtue that gives the other the warmth and love and brotherhood. One of the drivers of optimism and hope for a better tomorrow is that this crisis stoked the flames of solidarity amongst human beings. We have seen a lot and we have heard a lot of examples, inspiring ones, of individuals who were able to transcend themselves to spread good and extend love, to transcend the narrow calculations of policies and international relations, to adopt strategies that raise the ceiling of sympathy of human independence. Solidarity as a commitment to good of the others is a lofty state and goal that elevates human beings from the level of recognition, of the level of knowing one another, from the narrowness of the self to the common space, and from the fragmentation of the minority and precarious identities of the greater community. The spirit of the ship's passenger motivates us to elevate solidarity from empty formulas and marginal practices to which it has been reduced to today's market-based civilization, to reattach ourselves to compassion, which is a lofty goal about everything that brings us to ensuring the effectiveness and efficiency and provide us with a solid ground on which to stand. The spirit of the ship passenger has been strongly present in the UAE's vision and strategy for confronting the repercussions of this global crisis, and it has played a pioneering role in solidarity to benefit over 70 countries suffering from the pandemic. The noble objectives and focus of this role and these efforts was to provide relief for people as human beings first and foremost. The Alliance of Virtue, which was issued by the Forum of the Promotion for Peace in Muslim Societies and its partners last year in Abu Dhabi, represented the best conceptual and procedural embodiment of the spirit of the ship's passenger. It can provide a strong reference document for this new start, thanks to the inclusive values of all the common belief that people of every creed and race and background could live happily. The values of which the charter of this new alliance of values is based continue to provide guidance and propose solutions for the world, especially in the difficult crisis we are facing because of COVID-19. The new alliance of virtues could be the model for the new social contract that humanity aspires for. It embodies the spirit of the ship's passengers in terms of faith in the commonalities, prioritizing human dignity and going beyond rights to enshrine mercy, solidarity, and giving. It is as it is after humanity as it has done after the Second World War, can turn this crisis into an opportunity for beginning with a new vision of the world, a chance for the birth of a new human being which is based on values. Any delay in taking the initiative to act in a timely manner holds the future of humanity hostage and makes future generations captive to processes that they will be beyond control. Secondly, the recommendations. The participants recommend the following, and they want to praise the efforts of the Forum for promoting Muslim societies and extending bridges within a reasonable and wise aim of all religions. They praised the sublime contents of the Mecca document, which aim to build bridges of love and human harmony, spread the culture of coexistence and tolerance, and confront speeches of incitement and violence. The conference commended and recommended the sacrifices of the medical staff and their dedication in saving lives, treating all and caring for the patients to fight this scourge. The participants recommended the following: working on drafting a draft agreement under the name of the Global Charter for Human Solidarity, with the aim of being to present the United Nations to ensure the achievement of the value of the post-corona world and to prevent the regress of the human being. Calling on the international community and the rich countries to show solidarity with the poor countries and to include them in scientific research and distribute vaccines to everyone without monopoly or exploitation. Encouraging initiatives and innovation in the field of public health technology and medicines in poor and developing countries, some of which have shown unexpected qualification to remedying the shortage of means and equipment. Establishing a unified international fund for emergencies, disasters, and crises. Establishing partnerships between decision makers and intellectuals and religious figures to spread discourse of peace, love, and human brotherhood, and to stand up to the discourse of extremism and incitement. Coordinate the efforts of religious leaders, the media, and those who influence public opinions, and specialists such as doctors, epidemiologists, to confront rumors and misconceptions. Encouraging official religious bodies and jurisprudence councils to reach rulings on the emerging issues in order to achieve the desired interests. Encourage and urge the civil society to continue efforts to express gratitude, thanks, and loyalty to those in front lines facing the pandemic, and to create more social situation and symbolic expressions of inspired by the culture of the society. The importance of continuing all precautionary and preventative measures until the agony subsides and the crisis ends. The conference appreciates that there is a need in the current circumstances for humanitarian momentum and stance, which the global conscience is directed towards observing the unity of the human destiny in many major issues. And the participants in the 7th Forum of the Forum for Promoting Peace in Muslim Societies would like to express their sincere thanks to and praise to the United Arab Emirates for facilitating the convening of the forum in the usual time and the usual level to the best available means in these exceptional circumstances, and to raise the highest feelings of gratitude to His Highness Sheikh Khalifa bin Zayed Al Nahyan, President of the State. May God protect and bless him in his life, and His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Vice President, Prime Minister, and the ruler of Abu Dhabi, and His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi, Deputy Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces, and the Chairman of the Executive Council of the Emirates, and to Their Highness Rulers Emirates. May protect them all. The participant of this forum pray to God the Almighty to include the greatest mercy and generosity Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan Al Nahyan, who was a haven in crises near and far, and for the United Arab Emirates to perpetuate the blessings of the upper hand and protect it from the evil of every epidemic. Thanks be to God and grace be to God. Thank you for the recommendations that were read just now. And we, at the end of this forum, pray to God that the UAE would remain as the beacon of peace, where peacemakers and peace lovers could meet. We leave you on another promise, only to meet again on the 8th meeting next year. God willing, we hope that the ships will reach the shores of safety. May God and peace blessing be upon you.